Hello, everybody. How are we doing? It is Sunday night. Hope you are here. Hope you are ready. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome to the channel. I am surrounded by some brilliant, brilliant friends who are here to tell a wonderful story tonight that may or may not involve murder and possibly bloodshed and mayhem or just, psychological evisceration. But we'll find out all of those good things. We will go around, let everybody say who we are, who they will be playing tonight as we will jump into 1992. We're going to start with Lynn. Hey, Lynn, how are you? How are we feeling tonight?
I'm doing good. Excited to be in the '90s finally for our wonderful Carousel Court. But yeah, I'm Lynn Shive, and tonight I'll be playing members of the Kwan family.
Yes, indeed. Uh, who had some very interesting things happen last week. Next up would be Lindy. Hey, Lindy, how are you? How's life going for you tonight?
Hi, I'm doing pretty well. Pretty spiffy. Life's going, it's going. It's going pretty fine. And I will be playing the Ardeline family, which they're fine. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely
Totally
no
normal
problems there. No
people.
problems
Yeah.
from them at all. Mm-mm.
Nope.
No concerns. Hey Pope, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well. Um, the Gnomes are having a time.
Of their
Is
lives?
that was a previous decade.
No.
Um,
Well, I guess technically.
Technically, yes, it's a previous decade.
Yes, it was.
Um, so no, it's the '90s. To I have a sneaking suspicion that the Gnomes, when looking back upon the '90s, will have the same opinion as the film The Wrestler. They sucked. Um, So yes, hey everybody, Pope here, Pope World Build on the internets, playing the Gwilym family, personal pronouns he, him, their pronouns varied in many. Um, and we'll see just how rough things are going as we get into '92.
I feel like, however, that I let something pass kindly, but now it is required because we are in 1992 that I complete a statement. Um, Pope, you said that the 90s sucked, but did they blow?
Going from blow to suck is also the '80s.
But that phrase was the 90s. Hi, Beavis and Butthead is still a thing. It exists for all of its torturing going on. And then last but not least, hey, hey PB.
Hi, I'm PB. Today I'm playing the Walters family, and I am very excited to just see, where the story is gonna go. Cause man, I have a lot of things happened in only just 2 episodes, so I can only imagine where we're going from here.
A very interesting place is where we're going. We are going to the year of 1992 in the United States. It is a Thursday, December 10th, 1992. Um, Unfortunately, I rolled for this because I couldn't get the uh, community post to work. Bill Clinton lost the presidential election. What happens when you end up losing New York? Do you realize how close he was to losing New York? Um, Also led to some interesting shifts over on the eastern fog. There's a border now, an actual one, but the Unified Federation still stands. The fog, however, has mostly dissipated, except for those who really shouldn't be there. They kind of get lost on occasion. You had some interesting things also coming out of, well, LA that led to some interesting rises, even for the others in the world. It will be very interesting to see what the rise of so many security cameras has. The push for, well, police cars to have camera footage at all times. The push for traffic cams. Interesting things came out of the riots in LA. The former Republic of Yugoslavia is fully dissolved because Tito croaked. And he was, as the dictator in chief, the only thing holding that cobble together. However, with the shift in power across the Iron Fog, a slightly more civil dissolution of the former country of Yugoslavia is currently underway. We'll see if it holds going forward. And for interesting shifts in power, the Emperor of China has extended an invitation to the President of the United States and the Premier of Russia to discuss the possibilities of changes to the UN Charter. It's a little cold. A little frigid. And the UN peacekeepers have actually, there's a resolution before the UN to change the other portion of the UN Charter that has become the biggest struggle, which is the ineffectiveness of UN peacekeeping forces because they can't shoot anybody.
What I'm hearing is that the UN needs to up their MMA game.
No, actually, full fact, go look this up. It is the biggest problem for UN peacekeeping resolutions and why it is a not so great thing. UN peacekeepers cannot engage even in self-defense. They can stand there and become human shields. Or not. But in the United States, the election day has passed. George Bush Sr. won re-election. Narrowly, but with the popular vote in New York going his way. Apparently, when somebody knows about some kind of bad real estate deals that you're talking about, doesn't look so great. At least to people with money in the state of New York.
Question:
Yes,
who did the vampires back?
interestingly enough, there was a fourth candidate put forward who did not make the ballot in most states by one individual in particular. Beauregard Johnson ran for election.
I had a
What
feeling it was
state?
that guy.
As he could honestly prove, he was either born in the United States or had immigrated 5 years before the foundation of the country writing the Declaration of Independence. He got a very strong percentage of the undead vote, which has risen sharply in the wake of the, well, they have a name for it now. I call it the AIDS crisis.
Ardelenes did not vote for him because he was an absolute schmuck. That's what that, as per Marta. Yes.
Mm-hmm. He would like to also point out that he has legally changed his name from Thomas Oglethorpe to Beauregard Johnson.
What a schmuck thing to do. So, yes, I've lived so long. Let me just change it now. It's for politics. Boring. Change the name for something interesting. Not politics. Yeah.
Some people made a comment that perhaps the gentleman could not exist, and therefore, with Beauregard Johnson not being his legal name, could not be on the ballot.
Hmm.
Coldrake says, lol, the undead vote. All those decades when folks claimed dead folks voted in Chicago elections. No, the dead don't vote in Chicago. The dead vote in Boston. And have for centuries.
So Boston has ghosts, Chicago has vampires. Got it.
And just various other forms of undead. In Boston.
Is that why the Red Sox couldn't win for a long time? They were just too haunted?
No, it's because the curse of the bamboo was an actual thing.
Okay. I like this. I like
His nonna was a strega. You don't piss her off.
I like the idea that the American sports landscape is shaped by curses. I love this.
The curse of the Bambino is real.
That's actually kind of terrible because if someone goes on a losing streak, there's gonna be like, who did this? Who did this to us?
I see this as a form of job creation. Like, just how many practitioners can just get like big money deals working for sports teams? Like, this is beautiful.
Yep.
Yeah, you just like, yeah, that would be like on the payroll having like, yeah,
Exactly.
we cursed. No.
You've got to have your individuals for cursing. Well, no, the individuals who do those kind of curses are not on the payroll. Who's on the payroll are your protection.
That's what I mean. Yeah, the
Yes.
protection. Yeah, like you gotta have like make sure you cleanse the team.
Oh gods. Now I'm just
Do you can you
realizing that the different mob families started the protection racket within American sports.
I would like to point out that it was also then very quickly legitimized by the fact that, well, if you're going to insure Larry Bird's arm, you know, for insurance
I mean,
purposes,
that's got to be a part of
it
what
would
was it?
be obvious that you would want to have that level of making
Yeah,
sure he has protection for the Maloik.
yeah, it's like it's sports medicine, except for like just like spiritually, got to put some words on your star player because that's where most of your curse is going to end up.
I I now have a suspicion that the parquet floor was warded.
Of course, the parquet floor was warded. And Hawkeye, Tom Brady was not undead. Tom Brady just made a deal.
A
Or
very
luck.
profitable one.
Exactly. And then it came due.
And he tried to weasel out of it.
That's why Giselle left. Hashtag not true, but you know.
And yes, Hawkeye, the ivy is clearly cursed.
No, the Ivy's not cursed. The Ivy is just a symptom of the curse. it's a visual tracker of the curse. It's not the curse itself.
And they just needed to let the code in. Wouldn't have been a problem.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's also why you had so many problems when a certain group of people decided to say fuck this shit and take a team that didn't belong there to the West Coast.
Again, Lucifer likes the Dodgers.
When they were in Brooklyn, where they belonged.
No, he likes LA. LA's fun.
Whatever. At least the Mets is still the Mets.
The Mets will always be the Mets. Cursed.
But still can beat the Yankees, so 90% of the time.
Yep.
Oh wait, it's
I
92. Wait, hold on, I have to check something.
Like, I'm sorry. You look at New York sports teams. Curses are a thing. Look at the Islanders.
Oh, okay. You have 4 years. You have 4 years before Joe Torre becomes manager of the Yankees.
Before another contract was made by the Yankees. Yes.
Yep. All of these things are true. And now, as we have established the world setting for sports, I would like to also say this expands outward to other teams, which might explain the current problems for Man U.
I mean, if leadership wasn't quite so sexist, they wouldn't have gotten cursed.
Also, Real Madrid for the same reason. But it is December. It is the 10th of December. It is Thursday. 1992. How old is Persephone now, Lindy?
Oh, it's been 4 years. She'd be 24 then.
Really, really? I need a roll from her.
I'm sure you do. What role would you like?
I need a will. What is it? I want to make sure I say this correctly. It is
Will, courage, coordination, dedication.
a will dedication.
Will dedication. Interesting. Okay, I have bonus dice. I'm gonna give that to Persephone because I feel like I feel like this is a very important role, and that she's gonna need it. So. Oop. 25.
25. Very nice.
That's a good roll on that d6s. Yeah.
It is actually a very good roll on those d6s. That's actually really good. So I have a question for you.
Yes.
What does Persephone do when she starts noticing a tendency for her moods to influence the landscape on a small scale, macro? Or,
Now, when
excuse
you
me,
say the
micro.
landscape, do you mean like the actual dirt, trees, flowers, things, or do you mean like people?
No, I mean like the literal landscape. Like,
I have to ask because some people use landscape figuratively. So,
no, if I'm going to say that, I would actually use it the right way and say emotional landscape and not
okay.
leave off the adjective that's important in that defining
The lawn
You know,
is-
there's some people.
The front yard is in bad shape. No, it's fine.
No, the front yard very much fluctuates. The roses are really great when she's really happy.
Oh, well, she'd definitely tell her mom about it. And of course, dad. Basically, the families would hear about it. She'd be like, "Ma, Uncle Apollo," and I'm sure like a discussion would be had or something. I'm sure Uncle Lou is notified of any changes. Mm-hmm.
The family would then be able to determine that
Mhm.
it's a lot less similar things that either side of the family has connected to,
Mhm.
but seems to lean in a more terrestrial connection, shall we say.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And how long ago would she have noticed this?
Started a little bit slowly, so probably maybe by the time she was 21.
Okay.
You know, the first
Um,
couple times it's a little hard to say, is it
Yeah.
is it are you sad because the flowers are wilting, or are the flowers wilting because you are sad?
Yeah. 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 So I guess
There were studies done.
that's what I was gonna say. Some experimentation would have happened. Here, watch a sad movie. Here, watch a happy movie. Here, watch a comedy. You know, uh,
We have
go out.
Faraday cages. We put plants in there. There was a thing.
My many experiments were had to figure out what's going on and what would she be classified as over these past 3 years.
Oh, I need another role from someone in the family.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What role do you need?
I need it to be. This is for your successful experimentation.
Aha.
Speaking of experiments,
Mm-hmm.
I would say that this is a knowledge research role.
Okay.
Mercer would like to aid, so you get a bonus die.
Sure. Yeah, if anything, we'd probably aid Mercer.
This
If
The
you
is
wanna
knowledge
do that.
research. I mean, Marta's got 4 knowledge and a little research, but I imagine Mercer's is probably better. Because Mercer's
Yes.
kind of a baller. Yeah, no, it would be a because this is a joint family operation. Marta would assist Mercer in this.
Okay. I'll spend the familial bonus die,
Mhm.
and we will go on this journey together.
Yeah, because Marta's
so you're
got a fair
getting
bit of
you're going to
knowledge.
use the bonus die that you got from chat, and you're going to use the bonus die that you're getting from the joint project.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I've got it correct. 21.
Blackjack.
Always a great number. I support blackjack. So, you may ask me 3 questions, and I will tell you the truth. You may ask me 5 questions, and I will tell you the truth on 3 and be ambivalent on 2.
Um, This is the one I have. In this testing,
Mm-hmm.
have we identified all other types that Persephone is?
Oh, well, you've definitely ruled some out. Let's just put it this way. Not all species have been you have access to. I mean,
We're with the VA. We have extensive records now.
yes, on the Western Hemisphere. Eastern Hemisphere, Eastern continent, some species you may not have all of, but you can rule out most of them.
I leave the other two questions to you, Lindy.
Oh goodness. Hmm. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of the thing is to figure out what she is. So, we don't know that. I have no idea what to ask.
No, you haven't asked me that question.
Oh, I mean, he literally kind of just did.
No, he
Did we
asked
figure
if
out
you
what
ruled
exact
out if you
type?
ruled out all possible options, and I said no, you couldn't rule out all possible options. You could rule out most of them, and you've focused in on some of them. Not vampire,
Yeah, we knew that.
not angel.
We also knew that. So I'm trying to figure out a way to actually get
You're,
the
you,
information.
I know.
that
I'm
trying
about.
to
I'm
get.
about to give it to you. I'm about to give it to you. I'm just being,
Okay.
overly dramatic. It's me. I'm sorry. It's a Sunday night. With as much study as you can, you see and find a much stronger connection to nature spirits and more accurately a tie to the actual bedrock of this continent.
Oh dear.
Persephone will be perfectly fine as long as she stays on this continent.
Stay on North America, sweetheart. Okay.
Lots of similarities to like various animistic spirits, dryads of an actual tie to the land.
Mm-hmm.
But she hasn't quite determined which particular, like she hasn't picked a tree or a rock or a particular landmass beyond this continent, if that makes sense.
Okay.
She isn't feeling a need to be tied to, let's say, just the Rockies or the Blue Ridge Mountains or that particular sycamore tree or that 200-year-old,
Okay. Which is different than dryads typically are.
Exactly.
So.
Or most other animistic spirits, which are usually tied to a particular earth-shaped formation or particular plant. She doesn't have that, but she is tied to this continent.
Interesting. I bet that was a fun experiment.
If she tried to get on a plane, it would make her very, very sick to the point that, projectile vomiting green gunk on people.
No air travel. Okay. Noted.
But ship travel on the river isn't a problem. Still part of the continent.
What about like the beach, like the coast? We are on the coast, staying like a little coast tour.
You could stay along. It didn't seem to. If you'd pulled that full experiment, you could probably say that she started getting really seasick at about the 5-mile, 10-mile marker.
Okay.
Usually about the edge of the continental shelf.
Yeah.
I would like to point out that I said continental shelf, not the continental edge
plate.
of the continent. Continental plate.
Yes. Yeah. The shelf. That makes sense.
Because Theoretically, you have not. I'm assuming that you have not experimented with this just because of a variety of difficulty reasons. Although you could tell me that you did, and I will understand. Um, Theoretically, it could be that if she was continued out, she could continue out to the edge of the continental plate, as long
But
as she.
underwater.
But underwater,
Within a certain distance.
Yeah.
No, we wouldn't have gone that far. I think that would have been there's no practical reason for that one. Cool. Well, good news, honey. There's a lot of North America's a big continent. With things to do at the very least.
Plenty to see.
Thankfully she didn't have huge international aspirations, so that's a good thing. Interesting. Okay.
So you still have 2 questions. I'll let you keep those 2 questions.
Okay. Is there anything else she seems adverse to other than not staying kind of within a proximity of this continent?
So I'm assuming you went through all of the good old standards, all of the folklore, superstitions.
Yep.
An allergy test.
Yes.
An allergy test. Yeah.
An allergy test. It's a good
On
way to phrase it. I like the allergy test phrasing. Most of them are non-problematic. She does, again, seem to desire, like, if she's eating, it's like physical food. Hyper-local ingredients are always going to be better. Anything imported is and the further import, like if you import internationally, it's both flavorless and has no nutritional value. It doesn't make her sick per se, but it's a lack of wanting to eat. She has no reactions to cold iron. She has no reactions to silver, crosses, anything like that. But you will notice not aversion to, but what I like to say, the more interesting allergic reaction. It's the kind of same allergic reaction that a cat gets to catnip, where it makes them high as fuck. She kind of has that same reaction to processed sugars.
Okay.
And by processed, I mean actually processed sugars and not what modern, health nuts define as processed sugars. Sugar that's been milled and turned, like sugar cane that's been ground and turned into sugar, fine. Sugar that's been, look, she's real Coke is gonna make her high as fuck.
Oh boy.
Coca-Cola, no Sprite.
So refined fructose, sucrose.
Corn.
Yeah,
the corn.
fructose.
Fructose, yeah,
artificial
fructose versus
sweeteners.
sucrose.
Oh, that's gonna be everything soon. Watch out. Oh, no.
Thank you. I was trying to remember. I was trying to remember what was the differentiation. Yeah, it's like.
And it's from North America.
Yep, Caribbean is still technically North America.
Cool. I guess that's a good thing to know. Don't drink the soda at parties.
No rum and cokes. None of those.
Oh my god. Oh,
she has a normal reactions. She has normal reactions to alcohol. She has normal reactions to other forms of various intoxicants.
Like humanish reactions.
Humanish reactions. Human reactions. She has an overwhelming amount of human reactions to things.
The energy drink is going to be awful. Just don't know.
Okay. I guess since that's like the adverse things, which kind of is figuring out. Last question would be: we know she wants hyper-local foods and stuff, but is there anything else she craves? Is there anything else she seems to need?
She does better when she can enjoy a good, I don't know how to phrase this. She's not an emotional vampire, but sometimes it really is just that good for her. Like,
Okay.
go to a movie where everyone's gonna be crying a lot, and she'll be.
Okay.
But at the same time, if she starts to feel like kind of sad, then I guess all the flowers around her might feel really bad.
I have a very southern question
Mm.
that is part of this,
Mm-hmm.
because this testing would have been done.
I'm sure.
It's incredibly important. Because the South has very specific emotions when it comes to college football.
It sure does.
So, does she get anything from that sort of sports attendance?
I mean, it
Like-
makes you feel really full. It tastes really good.
When there's a
Cool.
bad call, it's like
Mhm.
good time.
Sees all the comedies in the theaters. Yep. Noted.
Extremes of emotion are something that you might seek out.
Any given Friday or Saturday, like we're good. We're good. Uh,
Cool. That's nice. And I'm guessing that the radius isn't like this nationwide or
No.
you know,
It's
it's very local, I'd
localized.
imagine.
It-
Like the
it's-
neighborhood.
it's
Or if not the whole neighborhood, the yard.
radius for what? What she feeds on,
Like
or
what-
what she affects.
What she affects, so I can assume that the radius is like that of a movie theater or like a stadium or something. If it was more than that, she'd be constantly
Yeah,
getting
it started
stuff,
much
so-
smaller. It started much smaller, like maybe
Mm.
within a couple feet of her at the time,
okay.
which is why
Like
it
the
took a
flower
while.
wilts.
Which is why it took her a while to notice.
Okay.
But it has grown to maybe a couple 100 feet.
Okay. Okay, that's them questions.
Mhm.
That makes some things interesting. Okay.
Genetics are great.
I now know what Mercer's interns have been up to.
Do these weird tests. Why? Shut up and do it.
Science.
Science.
We'll be graded on this.
Oh no. Not the pop quiz.
I can only imagine going to weddings like that. That's
Yep. Oh boy. Yep.
like all just good and not good emotions are like just running like
Huh? Yes.
Speaking of
She-
weddings, what's she up to? What's her love life like?
Yeah.
Relationship status.
relation
Relate-
status.
I think Persephone's still single.
Oh,
Mostly because there's been a
Oh,
lot of
Persephone.
testing these past few years. And D&D, of course. She also would have started to take more classes and hobbies. I think she's going to college currently.
Aw.
And
Where?
taking local, very local.
They will not let you go further.
Um,
like
Good news. There's essentially a college campus within like easy walking distance.
That's the one.
no.
That's it. That's the college.
She's going to
Granted.
SCAD.
Opal and Marta didn't go to college, so you know, technically it's the first
the
girl.
first.
Yeah,
I mean, Marta can go whenever she wants.
she
you know?
does not care.
Yeah, Mark.
She's like, I do not wish to be insulted by these teachers.
I do not want to even think about Marta in an art course. Good
Oh,
God,
gosh.
she would eviscerate the professor before the second
I mean,
session.
she might find something. She might find something she enjoys. You never know.
It
Not
may be
anything historical. Maybe a
mean,
creative
arts-
writing course.
creative.
It's
I don't
an
think
art
the teacher
school.
would like
it's
the
art school. There's not going to
content.
be that shit there.
of her creative
No.
writing courses. He'd be like, "I'm sorry, are you disturbed? There's a lot of dying and bloodshed in these short stories you've written. What an interesting
Have you
topic."
heard of true crime? Maybe go into true crime.
And she also would have started taking dance lessons at
Oh.
Oh.
the new local
Huh?
dance academy.
Mm.
Yep.
Who's the teacher?
Oh, you know, it's a family friend.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah. Sure.
hmm
That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
For a mild save, and also because PP and I just need this, we need our McLeod update.
Oh yes.
Mm. So remember last week we ended with a gun firing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
There
Did you
was-
kill Robin McLeod?
I did not kill Robin McLeod.
So I mean,
Did Robin McLeod kill
Permanently.
somebody?
Robin McLeod, however, was shot in the back.
oh no.
He didn't die though.
No, no one knows. It's still an unsolved mystery.
Got shot. Who knows?
Unsolved crime in the city. He recovered quite well, actually.
It's good for him.
hmm He's been going back and forth He's been spending 6 months here and 6 months in Scotland with his wife and their children.
For him.
He's here for investment purposes strictly, and to maintain his American citizenship, and possibly other things. But that would require a knowledge streetwise,
Do it. Come on.
Mm.
Someone.
or what's the other one? Don't want to misquote.
I forgot to open roll 20.
God.
Knew I was
Either a
forgetting
knowledge
something.
streetwise or a cunning decipher, I guess. No, really a knowledge streetwise to find out information, and then a cunning decipher perhaps to understand it, depending on how you roll.
I don't
Hmm.
think Marta cares enough to roll.
Is this
Well, I
just
guess
like?
someone did get
Would this just
shot.
be general, just like gossip
Yep.
stuff? Yeah. All right.
If it's general gossip, Marta will roll.
Petrol will just roll. Just whatever's around.
Marta does not give any fucks. Marta's like 9. I don't care. I fabric to weave. I would like everyone to know that the SCA is now a thing, as Pope reminded me last week, and so Marta and Apollo are very active members in the SCA.
Oh, and your other project with your
my turtles.
I should've
Yes.
called Linda. Fuck.
Your turtles. Oh, interesting. Petra's gonna get some information. Actually, technically, everybody's gonna get some information because 8 is the minimum. But like, in the system, like 8 is your base level DC and everything above it. But and then
Yeah.
Apollo wants to know everything.
No, that's Mikey.
Oh, that's
I
Mikey.
rolled for Mikey.
Never mind. Mikey does want to know for everything. That makes a lot
Mikey
of
does.
sense, actually. But for the turtles, you have been able, because you succeeded on these rolls, and you were able to smuggle in radioactive
Yes.
material
Yes.
in sealed containers
Yes.
taken from a little place called
Yes.
Chernobyl.
Yes, it's
we're
no
not going
longer the case like where you can paint the watch dials with the radioactive things. You have to actually smuggle it now. It's weird.
Exactly.
Should have stocked up back then. Oh well. Yes, Chernobyl, good place. Did it blow up? That is the question.
No, it did not.
Oh, see, good for them. Good,
there
good
was
job,
there
Chernobyl.
was a breach. However, with the advent of certain undead members of the population, there was a way in which they could go in and
Fix
stymie
it.
the breach without it going full
It's just like
The
just walk in there. Just
fail-safes
walk in
did
there
not
and
have
just-
the failure of the fail-safes did not have such a devastating effect.
Nice.
So you have your radioactive material. We're going to come back to that because I wish to get back to
Yes.
the
Please,
gossip.
no. Get to the hot goss.
So the base level for the 9s and 8s that everyone would have heard was that somebody shot Robin McLeod in the back. He survived. They shot him on his own in his own driveway. It was very shocking. There was lots of, publicity about it. Oh my God, how, are streets safe if this guy coming home from work is going to get shot coming out of his car and just walking up the street to his house, the driveway to his house. There was a big push for neighborhood watch, increased desire for perhaps extra cameras at major intersections for traffic lights. Cameras on police cars and perhaps other government vehicles as well. Encouraging neighborhood watch. All of these things. The crime goes unsolved and has been unsolved for 4 years at this point because it's 1992. Rob McLeod goes back and forth every 6 months between the United States and Scotland. He basically winters here and summers there. I could understand that desire. Winter in Savannah versus Scotland, kind of goes back for the holidays kind of thing, and then, but those 8s and 9s would also hear that Robin McLeod hasn't been making a big fuss at the, that there were some people, perhaps the master's sisters, who perhaps would have made a major fuss at the police station, been there every week, why is this crime not being solved, all of these kind of things. Robin has not done that. With the 10, Petra would have also heard that, oh my God, okay, you heard this, you can't verify its accuracy. Again, these are things that you heard, they're general gossip. It's just like when, oh my God, he shot that other guy in his house, in his living room, and it was the same kind of thing. Like there was this big storm and there was this thing, and then this guy got shot in the back, and perhaps, maybe Rob McLeod is having an affair with Jim. And he tried to kill him too. What do we think? Possibly. Maybe. Maybe. I think so. Again, what you heard.
Yeah.
It's
I
veracity.
just like that scenario. It's like, oh, this is awkward now. It's like just not dead. It's just like shooting someone that's resilient to that sort of stuff. Like, what do we do now?
Mikey would have heard all of that. But he would have also heard that perhaps given Mikey's profession, this makes a little bit of sense. Local lawyer means that perhaps he's engaged, also represents certain, shall we say, frequent flyers to the county jail.
Oh, yes.
So he perhaps heard on a couple of those. Sometimes for some people, who were chatting with perhaps other people that some of the mid-level folks for hire have not been seen recently. Like 2 in particular. Haven't been showing up at the dive bars.
Now, there's a difference to laying low versus early retirement. What is Mikey suspecting?
Given, let's say, I figure one of these guys that Mikey's representing, that he's hearing this from, is, shall we say, one of the more general frequent flyers who ends up there for drunken disorderly. You know, the guys who everybody chats to and nobody really cares about, and the cops only really pick up because
It's safer for all of us if you're in the tank. I got it.
And considering that it's 1992, it might also perhaps be a representation of Bubba shooting the jukebox in reality. Bubba's pretty sure it was a enforced early retirement.
Now I'd like to make that cunning check.
Yes. Cunning decipher?
Yep.
Go right ahead.
16.
16, with a 16, Mikey, you're pretty damn sure that whoever shot Robin McLeod in the back ain't gonna be shooting nobody no more. And is likely probably not, given the fact that it's been 4 years, not gonna be showing up anywhere either.
90% chance of having that quicklime hug. Got it.
Oh, no, we're in South Georgia. There's a wood chipper and a pig farm somewhere.
We went the chip route. Got it.
Pig farms.
Okey-doke.
Look, you're in Savannah. Your options are the Okefenokee or pig farm.
Actually, no, you have the entire other thing of just digging a hole 3 feet deep. You hit the water table, you pour in some quicklime, you throw in the body, and then you cover that with 2 inches of dirt, and then you throw in another body, and then you just cover it all up.
Yeah.
Yes,
but,
I know these things.
Yeah, but digger or pig farm? Less effort.
Depends on what tools you have.
And your desire to engage. Also, perhaps if an individual was shot in the back really close to their vertebrae, they don't want to be digging a 6-foot hole. Just saying.
Depends on the individual.
Also true.
Okay. So, Mr. McLeod has made the possible client list.
Oh, but with the those 8, 9s, and 10s, I think you also would have heard some other general gossip if you want to know.
Sure. It's Mikey.
Always.
So we have some general gossip about the neighborhood we can share. Fun facts about interesting people that we want to talk about. Chris and Mike Sycamore are talking about retiring
Oh, dear.
from running
That
the
is-
botanical gardens.
Oof.
Do they have
Whoa.
prospective
Perhaps
replacements?
they're talking about giving it to their nephew. Perhaps. It's just been kind of that level of, well, they were at the Halls soda fountain and somebody said, you know, when are you going to retire? It's like, well, when the Braves win a pennant.
Okay, that's reasonable.
It's also 1992 when the Braves win a pennant. There's not beyond the real possibility in 1992.
No. It's just, does the work/trade dispute still happen in 94 or not?
That will be an interesting thing to find out. Amel and Emery Lafayette have permanently left the city and are retired out into their country home out near Tifton. You know, the plantation that they stole from some good Confederates and then, you know, were using as a community garden and farming operation. You know, letting local individuals who of the farming persuasion farm the land while they maintain the house, and they have permanently moved out there. But in the house in Carousel Court, Karadek has moved in permanently with Colonel Fitzryan.
Ah, we have hit that point.
And both of them look really, really good for their indeterminate ages.
I think there's now another game night that Apollo's now is actually hosting at his place.
What kind of game night is that?
It is poker.
And whom is invited to this fine event?
Those individuals he know that are at least a century old.
Oh, okay. So both.
You must be this old to get into this game.
That must be this old. You must be this old to enter the house. Do you invite Ari Solano then?
Yes. If it is known, then yes.
Well, I mean, Ari Solano still lives in the house, but she still looks absolutely gorgeous.
If it is suspected that she is over a century, then yes.
Yeah. So that would be a poker night with at least Karadek, Colonel Fitzryan, Ari Solano.
Marta's invited, and if he is not working, Humberto is invited.
Marta doesn't go because she doesn't want to show her hand that fully. That and also, I'm trying to imagine Marta at poker, and I don't see it ending well.
Oh, fair.
So you're like, oh, it's for hundreds and up, and she's like, oh, maybe not to open the other. I'll have to stay here, I guess. I'm like, she's not happy about it, but it'd be even worse if she went. She uses that time to like make more gear for the SCA.
Oh, that's private time for you.
Yeah, basically, yeah. That's her alone in the basement time. Weaving.
Kit Eldridge would attend, but Harlan and Yasmin have moved out to Tybee and are basically permanently on Tybee now.
But no, that's the Wednesday night game. Those people that don't have little ones. So it's middle of the week. We're good.
So there's another individual who is suspected to be over 100 years old at this point that I need to request if you would invite or not.
I need to have an idea of who they are.
Well, do you invite the good father?
No.
No. There's one rule.
I feel that that's discriminatory against the Irish.
Yes.
Yes, there are certain rules that the family holds. No priests.
No priests.
That makes sense.
And yes, it is discriminatory. And rightfully so.
Entirely so.
Yes.
Yeah, that would probably be it. So it would be Karadek, Colonel Fitzryan, Kit Eldridge, and Chris Sycamore, but not Mike Sycamore.
Okay.
Chris, definitely. And he only smokes when he's at the poker night. Cloves, but whatever.
Like it's going to kill any one of us.
No. But he only smokes cloves when he's there. It's also already been we've already established the American dryads and the various shamanistic practices have ensured that American grown tobacco is not bad for you anymore.
Yes, but Mikey still has the hookup for Cubans, and so the Gwillums have those.
Oh, Mikey.
Of course, Mikey would have the hookup to get Cubans.
He would. That's what Opal gets part of her Christmas bonus every year. It's just here, Opal.
Like, here's a box. There you
go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, here is your crate of contraband for the year. Congratulations.
I want to know what's been going on with the Kwans. Who's living in the Kwan house, I guess, is the most important question.
I think it's just Youngja, her mom, and Petra are living in the Kwan house.
Did her sister go back to Korea? Or is she staying
I think
in the
there's been
United
going
States?
back and forth. I think
Mhm.
like she does have her kids, and like her kids are out of college and kind of have their own lives, but she still wants to be close to them, but kind of going back and forth for business.
I need a role for Jungwa. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Jungwa. I need a role from Jungwa that is going to be very important for her.
Mm-mm.
I need a status reputation role.
All right, let's do that. I will. What do I have?
You do have a bonus dice in
I'll
your
use that
frame.
bonus dice. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's. 14.
14 is a very good roll for Jungwa. Her children are doing very well. She's married into higher circles. Her name is being acknowledged by certain advisors to His Majesty the King.
Ooh. Excellent.
At least in Korea. She's moving. Her name is being mentioned as a positive source.
Excellent. Which might makes her trips back to Savannah probably like a little less frequent, like maybe once or twice a year, maybe.
Well, another point has been made that with the re-election of George Bush, there should be a new American ambassador. Perhaps she might serve as a member of his staff, because it's still 1992 and the first Korean female ambassador won't happen for another 15 years.
Yes.
For a variety of reasons. But she's being bandied about as perhaps the head of the consulate, maybe the under ambassador.
Excellent. Yes.
There's also a lot of discussion about perhaps maybe not having an I Ching practitioner as an ambassador, but as a slightly behind the scenes individual within the embassy. But that is the current possibility, and the discussions are happening. I don't know how aware she would she be. How connected do you think she is to those kinds of circles that would be making those decisions?
If there's anything like I think if anything pops up within her, like something that pertains to her, she would know. But I think otherwise, it's kind of like half in, half out sort of thing.
So it's one of those, she's got a couple people who are on the staff who she's paid just enough to mention, to let her know if her name gets mentioned, but not enough to get actual details about the regular day-to-day
or
stuff.
things that would affect like stuff she's doing or stuff that's in her immediate like sphere. But like otherwise, it's like that's not necessarily her purview of things.
Yeah. So she's probably aware that her name is on the short list for such a position at this moment.
Which probably means like I think partially she's helping Youngja with like getting the those other organizations like kind of like getting that stuff like worked on, but I think she's probably gonna have to take a step back if she's something of more integral to diplomatic channels career, like something more official.
But by the same token, if you end up stationed in DC,
Mm-hmm.
a lot easier on the commute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting. How old's Petra now?
17. I think she's all close to 18, I think.
Has she decided where she's going to college?
I think she has. She has her heart set in Southern California, some New York colleges. But the time being, this sort of thing, early acceptance isn't ready yet, so she doesn't know
Nope,
yet.
she's still waiting. She will
So
not
I think-
find
I
out for
think-
another 2 months.
Yeah, or sometimes early acceptance is like in a couple, within the next month or so.
yeah,
But it's
beginning of
still gonna be
January.
yeah. So she's in the mode of school doesn't matter at this moment, you know. You just
Who
have
did-
to
oh. Oh, full on senioritis. Where did
Yeah.
she apply?
I think she went to she wants to go to USC. She wants to go to what did I say that in New York that Young John went to.
Did she
she's
go to
applying
Cornell
there.
or did she go to NYU?
I think Cornell, yeah. And then the safety school of someplace close by and stuff like that.
So like Agnes or
Mhm.
Emory was her safety school.
Mm-hmm. I think judging by what I think she's more excited for. She knows New York a little bit, but California is something the new is something that she necessarily hasn't. That's exciting to her, so she kind of that's kind of shifting her what she wants.
If you apply to Berkeley, Mikey might be able to get you in.
That's probably. I think she probably there's a bunch of schools that she applied to.
I'm sorry, there are demon professors at Berkeley.
Fine, that's fine. Sure.
That's fair.
I mean,
can see
it's
that.
Southern
But
California.
it's Petra.
It's
She's
Southern...
not worried about the demon professors. They should
It
be
makes it
worried
better.
about
That's
her.
more exciting,
Yep.
Well, no. Like, Mikey is the rumor monger of the family, and he's heard how much trouble Petra is, and he's going, "This is absolutely delightful. We need to take absolute advantage of this."
There's probably a warning thing. It's oh, she's gonna be far away.
It's just okay, we have an obvious troublemaker. Let's send them to the troublemaker school so they can make the good trouble.
I need a roll from Petra. I need. This is going to sound very interesting, but it is the one that makes the most sense in my head. I need a deception bluff roll from Petra.
Okay.
Or I will take act. I will take bluff or act.
Let's do act. Let's see what that. I'm curious. I mean, they have similar things. Let's see. 9.
9's good.
Oh, that was a.
Oh, 9's good.
Dice.
Yeah, almost straight 2s. Just Petra's propensity for chaos is becoming known in the area, outside of just the small circle of the Gwillem, Ardeline, and Walters families, but beyond the D&D group, and it is becoming wider, shall we say. And there have been those who've been encouraging it. Ari Solano, who has now embraced her I do not give a fuck age. She and Isabella Hall have been occasionally... And Isabella Hall is looking very good for her age, but she's definitely aging and elderly at this point. but are definitely in the hey, I've got some stories to tell you, and are willing to encourage a young woman who wants to cause just a little bit of chaos. You know, if this was like when you were 5, Isabella Hall would definitely be giving you cherry bombs to kind of be dropping in the back of church level of encouraging chaos.
Huh.
But you're 17 now, so now it's, so how do you want to mess with this boy's mind? I've got some choices.
I think primarily by being gay is probably going to mess with them even more.
To which she'd be like, that's fine, we can definitely
Yeah.
work with that.
Yeah.
But the boys are probably going to deserve it because, you know, whatever. Also, if you come with any girl you're going to get involved in, don't trust her until after graduation because that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah. I think it's also like this is a pretty like Wild West time for like burgeoning internet stuff happening. So it's like
The
Yes.
ESPN forums are definitely a thing at this time. But
And
but
he,
yeah,
you
good
know,
local providers that like, you know, it's not AOL. There's some like local ISPs that aren't as like, you know, like cordoned off as like, you know, America AOL is. So, you know.
and the baby bells are just getting broken up. So there's a thing.
at this time before they reconsolidate.
Yeah, but it's the whole thing. So I know what's going on with the Quans. I've got a question about what's going on at the Walters house.
Houses. There's plural.
Yes, I have a very important question. Very important question. I need to know. I need a roll from Umberto.
Okay. Oh gosh. Yeah.
I need either it's gonna probably be either a persuasion bargain or a status reputation.
Persuasion. What was that? Persuasion bargain. All right. I'm gonna use Linda's sheet for this because I don't have one
That's
from
fair.
Umberto.
That's fair at this point. That would be fine.
Oh, nope, that's not how I do that. Oh, that's not how I do that. There we go. You'd think I'd never rolled an 11. Ooh.
So Umberto has gotten he's gone from hyperlocal in Savannah to a general area spreading out, which means he's crossed the state line into South Carolina because it's real easy to do. You go across the bridge. Then spreading out towards a syndication out of Atlanta, and now he's got himself a deal for a regional network covering most of the southeast, basically all the way up to the Rappahannock.
Heck yeah.
He hasn't been picked up nationally, though.
I mean, Umberto's here for the. I feel like once you reach Umberto's age, you're just here for the ride. Whatever happens, happens. Enjoy it while it lasts.
And then I have another question. Whom all of the local contingent has been calling?
Oh, Lord, have they been calling? He's had this show for a good little bit now. Let's see. It started in before 85. So we're nearing 10 years of him having the show. So anyone who's had problems has probably called at this point from the local city. In fact, the youngins have started calling in. The show's been going on so long.
So, I guess I need to know whom of the youngins have called and what have they asked? Like, has Persephone called?
Oh yeah, not recently. 'Cause she's been busy with other life stuff. But once upon a time, there was two very big phone calls. The first one would have been, what do you do when the guy you like is into your grandmother? Um, and then the other one would have been like, can you escape the sister zone? Those would have been the two calls from Persephone.
Okay. Well, I need to know Umberto's answer to question number 2 because I figure that's real important. Can you escape the sister zone?
Can you
Wow, that's a
escape the sister zone?
ooh. That is a
Persephone's
That's a
teens were
question and a half.
tumultuous.
And so Umberto would get this call and obviously hear this young woman, probably a young girl, calling for to ask this question. And
Mm-hmm.
would say, okay, all right. Can you escape the sister zone? Now that is an interesting question. Have you placed yourself in the sister zone, or were you yourself placed in it?
I don't think I put myself there. The guy just said he thought of me more like a sister when I was, trying to flirt, which I've been trying to do for years, but just finally noticed the other day.
Oh, well. It is interesting in this life. We meet many people and we enter many relationships with one another. Sometimes romantic, sometimes platonic. And it is important to listen to what those around us are saying. As you have said, you have been attempting to get this person's attention for quite some while. And when finally it was acknowledged, an unfortunate resolution came to it. You were, as you said, referred to as a sister. And when a situation such as this arises, I think one must ask themselves, how is this relationship between yourself and this other person important to you? Do you value a potential romantic endeavor with this individual? Is that something you wish to continue to push for, despite what they may have said? Or do you respect the relationship enough to continue to be friends, continue to be in their life in another manner? Because when you push someone, once they have expressed their desires, there's a big potential that you will simply push them away.
I wouldn't want that.
And so, can you escape the sister zone? I think there is a way to escape it. And the way to escape it is to remove yourself from the situation. Because that person has expressed their boundary with you.
Hey, well, I still have to see them every week, so I guess I'll just be a good friend then.
I mean,
Thanks.
one does not have to. I am sorry this may not be the result you and I'm sure many others out there
No,
wish
it's
to
fine.
hear.
At least he's not hitting on my grandma anymore. Thanks for all your help.
I would posit to say that that would not be the first time somebody says I got hit on by my. At least he's not hitting on my grandma no more.
Mm-hmm.
No.
No.
It's been enough years. The world is a strange and new place. That has been more than a singular phone call.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
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 There may have even been a decades in review, um,
Oh no.
like montage of like the top 10 questions.
You know, we live in a world and a society.
Yep. Indeed,
That
indeed.
would have been Persephone's call. That would have been.
The awful stalemate continues.
So, has Petra ever called?
I don't think so. I think
The only way I could see it is if she
In-
wanted to stir up some shit.
it's in all honesty, it's probably someone else complained. Like it's something she started or something. That's it.
I could see that as
Damn.
well.
Oh, there has been a number of calls
was just a
about
chaos.
Petra,
About
Yeah.
but the
Petra.
name was not used.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then my next question: has anyone from the Gwillem household
Oh,
ever
I-
called in Berta's love line?
I have done soul searching on this.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
which one?
Uh, d- d- no, the answer is no. No one from the Gwilym family has, because of one specific member of the family that eventually everyone breaks down and goes to.
Oh.
And that's Jezebel.
Mm.
I have to ask: does Jezebel have a competing column in the newspaper?
No, she does not have a column in the newspaper. However, she is the general manager and head mechanic of the oldest Gwillem owned gas station in town. She
Mhm.
hasn't aged a day since 1919 and just enjoys life.
Mm-hmm.
Good for her.
Mm-hmm.
And it brings her no end to the delight that one of the local war museums has a bomber whose pinup likeness looks a lot like her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. Um, how's Luis doing? His personal client was acquitted in his last trial, and you know, although he was leaning real hard and possibly about to have that heart attack, he apparently has a lot of friends of the undead variety.
Oh no.
He's been seen hanging out with Beauregard Johnson just a little bit.
Barf.
Definitely arranged some, shall we say, appropriate level meetups for the to get Beauregard on the ballot in certain states. But Jim has been very flirtatious with everybody.
I would say that let's see, it wasn't last session, it was the first session that they first
Mm-hmm.
met.
Mm-hmm.
And that was in 82, that was 85.
No, 85 was the first session. So 85, 88,
85.
now 92.
God, just so much has happened. I keep thinking we've been in multiple sessions already.
This is only session
I-
3. But things keep happening.
I would say somewhere around 1990. I would say somewhere around there, Luis started taking other clients,
Mm-hmm.
taking advantage of the notoriety he's sort of gained out of somebody else's notoriety.
Mm-hmm.
And he spent about the last 2 years branching out to different individuals and tailoring for them here and there. Has himself a business card and everything now, very official. But
Definitely making money at it at this point. He could afford to live on his personal designs, even without his, shall we say, permanent client.
yeah. I would say that he, in this last, things have been going on, things have been happening, and Luis is a very particular man, who just, is looking for something, that has him having to keep branching out. And so on this night, on this evening, he has made himself, you can find Luis out at a local to Georgia concert, some grungy band,
Oh, no, no, no.
not necessarily like a
This is 1992 and it's Georgia. There is one grungy band that you are going to see.
REM.
Excuse me, there are two. REM or B-52s. I said grungy, but REM is probably your bet. Wait. REM concerts 1992. Thank you for the REM timeline for existing. Okay. So, the 9th, they played at the Reebok Human Rights Awards in the Veterans Memorial Auditorium in Boston. And then the 11th, they're getting ready to play the Roxy with the Smashing Pumpkins.
appropriate.
So, and then they are going to play in Athens with at the Sound Gallery. But they're playing at the Roxy tomorrow night. So you could probably go into a local concert at the Tabernacle in Atlanta, or Georgia concerts December 10th, 1992, because we can look this up.
The technology, it exists.
Mm-hmm. There's somebody playing at the Civic Center. Who's playing at the Civic Center? And there are a couple other local bands that end up just being like local bands in Savannah.
Which is completely fine with Luis, because he goes and sets up at just a local band's concert, big enough to bring in vendors, but not big enough to really have much fame outside of maybe the local area. And Louis sets up a table with a bunch of custom made clothing to fit the alt style at the time. Probably going a little bit more for like that Nirvana-ish, Smashing Pumpkin-ish sort of vibe in those days. And which is completely different than pretty much the mainstream stuff he's kind of cornered himself into. The most creative outlet he's probably had for himself in the past few years is just what Masters has commissioned for him for his dance studio. So Luis has set up a table at this concert, just really looking a lot more like Luis did back when he was at SCAD, back in high school, really into his like alt roots. And he doesn't really tell anyone that he goes out and does this. Not weekly, but every few weeks he goes out. And if someone knew him when he dressed like this, wore, this more grungy look, the more messed up sort of like makeup look, then you might know it's Luis. You might know it's Luis Walters who does Jim's stuff and makes a lot of nice suits from the upper class here in Savannah and the surrounding areas. But for the most part, no one here really knows him, aside from just like Luis. He's just Luis here. No last name. Just Luis.
Oh,
he does stuff here. Yeah.
You don't tell anybody. I feel like this is one of those things where like maybe like you run into like this is like where social like things like kind of like cross and you just see like Petra there. That's one of these things.
Oh,
like, oh, no.
absolutely. I mean, it's definitely in Petra's court.
Mhm.
In this case. I don't know. Are you do you go to these things recognizable? Like, oh,
Yeah,
someone can tell somebody
she's,
that
like, she's
I'm
dressed
out
up
here?
and like yeah. I think maybe it's one thing where she like didn't know, but like didn't know that you were there, but like look at the clothes. She likes your clothes. But like it's just like, oh no, you're someone from home and I got a beer. That sort of thing. This is a like yeah, she got into like a 21 older show or something like that, or like she's got a beer or something like that.
This is one of those moments I think when Luis is just like talking to this like older gentleman, and it's just like yeah I got something you might like. I think I have something you might like. And like he goes and searches in some boxes, and as he's turning him back with whatever shirt he just pulled out, he sees like someone familiar, like a flash of somebody's face out of the corner of his eye, and it was like, oh, who was that? Does a double take and it's like looks at you, and then Petra's already looking at him, and it's one of those moments of just like
she gives you like the
and
look.
turns
It's like,
back to
please
the
don't rat me out. It's like
yeah,
you're
same
cool,
exact.
right? I know
it's,
you're cool. Please be cool.
It's like same as it's just like, if you don't say anything, I won't say anything.
That's like
just like
we acknowledge each other.
Goes back to selling the shirt to the old man, or the older gentleman, and yeah, and so Petra will probably see him if she frequents this sort of thing pretty often. He's out here every other week whenever he can. He's actually stepped kind of away in the past couple of years since he started doing this from being so much kind of in the limelight, and being introduced to everyone by Jim.
Yeah.
Since getting his like just getting the attention. So he's pretty much still doing things for Jim and other people in high
Marta's
society,
some of
but
those other people.
Mhm.
But she's always had
Oh,
you, ever since you done the sewing thing. She's like, good.
Yeah.
I'll teach you things,
yeah.
and then just throw money at you so you do the work, because she
Yeah.
can't be bothered sometimes.
And yeah, she'll still take those jobs, and Louise will always find a way to somehow sneak Marta's money back into the Ardeline household if it means she has to buy Louise has to buy something extravagant for Persephone instead to make up for it. But yeah, so that's what Louise has been up to, kind of distancing himself, not so much because of Jim's like murder trial thing. Like that's like, yeah, sure, that's concerning.
I mean, he was acquitted.
Yeah, he's been acquitted,
Okay.
and honestly, he's lived here for a long time. Like, half the people in this neighborhood probably killed someone. It's like NPD at this point. Um, and so yeah, so that's what Louise has been up to for the past. What's it been? 5 years, 4 years since the last session.
4.
That's what it's for. Yeah, that's what he's been up to. He's been kind of distancing himself and going to concerts and selling stuff there for to make these people more fashionable, because god damn, he's just so tired of seeing the same old clothing at these concerts. Like, be better, guys. You know, there's more accessorized.
There is more to
In
life
unique
than
ways.
flannel.
Exactly. So that's what he's out here doing on the cheap, on the hella cheap. He's not like like old school prices, not fucking charging you up the wazoo for a fucking t-shirt at a concert with 2 dates on the back. But that's what that's what he's up to.
Indeed. So I think this is the point where we're going to take the break for the evening. We're going to make sure that we can play some very important things, and they are very important. Just letting you know that they are so important things that the wonderfully fabulous KY Hawkeye has set up for us, and we are going to do that as soon as it works for me, mostly. But we are going to take a break, stretch, bio, do all of those things, and we will be back in about 5 minutes. See you in a minute, everybody.
When it comes to love and relationships, some people just need a lot of help. Mr. Walters, does doing the dishes count as foreplay?
Well now, it seems like we have some work to do with you, don't we?
Others, maybe just a gentle nudge in the right direction.
Okay, so there's this hot guy who plays guitar at the local bar, and he wrote this song about rescuing a princess who had my name, and he kissed my hand at the end of it. So do you think he, likes me?
I guess that depends on whether you think he's just a showman or you're just too scared to recognize the signs. Let's look at some obvious signs, shall we?
Others may need a serious intervention. Mr. Walters, I could really use your help with something. How do I figure out what my wife really wants if she won't even talk to me?
The first thing we need to do is break down some barriers. You need to find some ways to reconnect. Might I suggest?
And some just need a little tender loving care.
Umberto, this gent I like recently told me that I was like a sister to him. What do I do?
Oh my, that is a challenge. Please, tell me more about the situation that you are in. Lust is easy, but love is hard. Come join us as we help you find out what it is that really makes you happy.
Umberto Walker is here to answer all your questions on Love and Lust, weeknights from 9 to midnight here on WBMQ News Talk 630.
Coastal Empire Fairgrounds and Kicks 96 FM bring you Monster Jam. Come to the fairgrounds this Sunday. See some of the biggest and loudest monster trucks on the circuit today. Bigfoot versus USA 1, Gravedigger versus King Kong, Barefoot versus Snakebite, Clydesdale versus the Equalizer, and more of the loudest, boldest, car-crunching action imaginable. See the California Kid attempt to break Evel Knievel's motorcycle jump record. The Transformer and Robot versus Robot action against the Alien. Free die-cast monster truck toys available to all kids 12 and under at the gate with a paid admission. Tickets available now at the fairgrounds, Kick 96, and all Savannah area Piggly Wiggly locations. Tickets are going fast, so get yours now. Do not wait until Sunday.
Here's a new idea from Shake and Bake. It's hot. It's spicy. It's delicious. New Shake and Bake hot and spicy chicken will grab you and your whole family. Why fry when you can shake and bake?
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We hope you're refreshed, you stretched, bio, did all of those good things, took your meds, are ready to sit here as we look into the second half of December 10th, 1992. Well, going into December 11th. Good morning. What? I have a question. You said this poker night is on Wednesday evenings now?
Yes.
So it would have been a poker night.
It yes, that would have been yesterday.
Yes.
Today is sort of a work day for Apollo, and then tomorrow night Apollo and Marta have tickets for the theater.
Oh, where are you going to see?
It's the premiere of Muppet Christmas Carol.
Nice.
Very nice. I approve.
Um, since like since the 70s, Apollo has been very pro Muppets. Um, he thinks Gonzo is hilarious.
That's fair.
It reminds Marta of Punch and Judy, so she's okay with it.
That is also fair and valid. But now we have a trooper.
To
So now I can ask if you want to make any, shall we say, project roles?
So, who has outstanding projects first?
Yeah, this is the question. I guess who is having outstanding projects? Who has? I think. Well, Trooper just rolled, so I'm assuming Trooper does. I'm trying to remember, and I can't. I'm sorry.
It's a new project because he just he finished his last project, which was to have an AIDS benefit dance concert.
Yes.
It's so the current project would be to commission to put on shows that commission local artists for music, art, and costuming.
Plus a d6, so you're at 16. Plus 6, you're at 16. Right?
Would that be a 4 or 5?
I said there are 4. You're working with local bands. You're not necessarily trying to bring in. And we'll say everybody coming out of Athens counts as local. So REM, B-52s,
No, not big artists, small artists.
1992.
Like local.
Yeah, 1992, coming out of Athens, B-52s.
They're not small.
Yeah, but that's fair. I mean, you can be what I was trying to say is anybody coming out of that Athens music scene, you could also be counting. It would count for that for a 4, given the distance between Savannah and Athens. That would be fine. Whether you choose to get the B-52s or REM, that's a separate issue. But I'm just referencing that music scene as being local enough for what you could also get. You could even get some people out of Atlanta if you wanted.
So he's looking for people from Savannah who are very local, right? Sort of like small local
garage
folks.
bands. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, local artists for music, sets, costuming. So like really, really super local Savannah people.
Okay. Yep. Easy to do. I would say then that would definitely be just a 4. You're working with local talent, and so you're at 2 plus 4, right?
So it's 6, 7 per.
No, it's 6 per. So with 16, you're at
2.
I would say that it's that level of you've half completed it, so local, you're getting your name out. You will have had a couple events by this point of people coming and attending, but you haven't really. Now you're also having to get the permanent sponsors to have this be a permanent thing, if that makes sense.
So I haven't completed the project yet. I still need 2 more boxes.
Yeah. So
and
like you've
then-
had a couple small events, but it isn't like a stable, permanent gig yet. You don't get put on
And-
permanent like bookings, but you're enough that people are aware that this is building.
Right, because I didn't get anything permanent from the last one, so it's not looking for permanent. Just wants to put on some shows.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Nothing, nothing like nothing like that. Nothing big or permanent. Just like want to go and get like a couple local artists and have them do some sets and then put on a show. Just doing just like kind of very
We're talking we're talking let's put on a show level in the back in the barn, and a series of movies that may or may not have propelled 2 individuals into a career in the movies that are very much not what they're known for now. But yes, if that's the level you could even get, I would even say that with those 2 successes that you have established yourself at that level, if you want to be known on a more regular basis, like these are things that happen with that have happened and you've done, but there isn't a lot of frequency about them. You don't have a lot of permanent scheduling or permanent location, physical plant, right? Like it's the level of like you can do it, but you don't always have a physical plant, so you're kind of shopping around to whichever church basement or local theater will host your event. When you get 4, you'll have a permanent
I established
plant.
2 projects ago that I have a company now.
You do
with a location.
You have a company in the location, but I'm assuming that the company, do you have a full venue out of there? Out of the location?
Yeah, we have our studio.
You have a full studio? Okay. I didn't know if that was also the performance location. Performance venue.
But it's not like anything big or fancy. It's like a small.
It's a black box.
Yeah, like a small local theater. Yeah.
It's a
little small little local theater.
Yeah. Okay. So you've definitely established that, and now you're just, building up your reputation to get more regular performances rather than like one show up like a couple times a month.
Really, what I'm trying to do is build up the reputations of other people.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, you're building that. You're definitely getting a lot of that out of there. Anyone else having any projects at the moment?
You see, I've got these turtles.
Yep.
I am also working on.
Why do you have 2?
God, that's just such a bad roll.
It should be
But
plus
I had
6.
2 left over from last one.
Plus 6 from your
plus 6
house fortune that you get.
So
oh,
13.
right.
So
that'd be 13.
13.
God,
Which is
that's
2
such a bad roll.
successes. Yeah.
Yeah. It was towards what did I write down? I wrote find Peter curse, but we later refined this and I did not write that down. Oh, I had 3 left over. I have 3
So
left
14.
over. Yeah, 14. Although I don't know how many successes I needed, but I got 2 last time.
To do for what?
For figuring out what is up with the local
Oh yes,
curse.
the local curse.
Yeah.
Question: does Ro attend poker night, or does
Ro doesn't
Umberto
need
attend
the
poker
age
night?
limit. Umberto does. Linda technically also does, but Umberto definitely does.
So, who attends poker night?
Umberto definitely does.
So with
Linda
that,
would rather not hear her father talk about things.
Fair.
So poker night has led to some very interesting socialization amongst, shall we say, the elder others of the neighborhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
And some of these others are also now in a position to, like the Lafayettes and the Sycamores have always had kind of an alliance going just based on who they were and what they were.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's a level of socialization and conversation about like, okay, we all and it's also that level of once you get this, we need to find a nice witty name for the 100 Club poker night?
It's Century Village, honestly.
Yeah, okay, I can see it. But now once you were all there, you're like, oh, now everybody here is obviously, at least amongst themselves, outed themselves as other to a degree that's kind of obvious, right? Like,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
they may not be, and there probably wasn't a lot of conversation going on before that outing of each other jointly, right? Like the Lafayettes and the Sycamores maybe, but the Solanos weren't really necessarily going to be talking to the Eldridges, weren't necessarily going to be talking to the Gwillums, before we can all kind of confirm that everybody who's here is over 100 years old and whether they're public or not other, and therefore public in this venue. So some conversations have been happening at poker night, and sharing of information and research has been happening at poker. And as part of that, I would say that perhaps Roe shared with Umberto Father Fitzryan's concerns about putting a dead body back where, well, dealing with a dead body that should have either stayed dead and where it was, or is now the fallout from that. With that, perhaps at that conversation at poker night, the Sycamores and the Lafayettes and the Eldridges, well, the Eldridges being the were sharks that they are, decided we don't want this bad juju in our waters. We gonna find ourselves somebody to do some cleansing, find out where this is. And they went on the offensive on that manner. And now there is a neighborhood lookout for a dead body that ain't quite a dead body that should have been stayed dead but isn't anymore.
Quite a mouthful.
Yeah, well, Father Fitzryan gave a description, and
Neighborhood Body Watch.
yes. It also kind of like y'all. We have the Century Club of others. Phone tree has been activated.
Let's go.
It's 1992. God damn it, the phone tree has been activated. Some things, y'all, you just can't even not think of. No one has seen this. They need a further description. There have been a couple, like, vampires that were confronted that caused some slight tension between some others and vampires, and the vampires are like, no, this wasn't us. We are undead in a natural way. There were some other
You
kind
make me
of
feel like a natural undead.
look, if you want to get involved in that kind of drama with that kind of singer, go right ahead. But I do not need that DMCA strike because I know what that would cost. So there's been some push on that and a knowledge that you have kind of, there's been some work done by sharing that information at poker night that has dealt with the bad magic leftovers that were polluting the area.
Mm-hmm.
There would have to be some actual mechanics rolls to see if you can find who y'all are looking for.
I would the Quans would donate some of their buying things to that manner. We're kind of like on the same page with that.
Oh, that's right. The Quans were acting on that one, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
So who's ever involved in the search for the undead body that should have stayed dead but isn't really and therefore is a problem, could roll awareness notice.
Who has
It's definitely Ro from the Walters family. That's going to be Ro's
Okay,
like
yeah,
Ro's become like while he's been working and stuff like that, he's definitely also become like the old man who sits like in his rocking chair on his porch, looking at the entire neighborhood. And Linda has to like come and like swat at him and be like, "Stop acting like an old man. You're not even 100 yet. Get back in here."
And the funny thing is, you live right next door to the Halls, and Isabella Hall has been doing that for like 10 years now.
Yeah.
21. 21 is a very good roll.
14.
14's not bad. I will combine these rolls because we're working together. And I will give you some basic information, and then you may ask me 3 questions. Okay? Basic number information number 1. Wherever this is, you have found traces of it being in and out. Where that it's being moved. And something is moving it around. It's that level of like, you find a storage container 24 hours out where you're pretty sure it was. You can find the residue and traces where it was, but it's been moved since then. You have ruled out vampires, zombies, various other kind of animated corpses, and are moving towards the possibility, the likelihood that someone took a individual that is supposed to be a guardian for something away from what they're supposed to be guarding. And with that 21, you could make a guess that why did hate when things get closed that I needed open, that I needed that. I needed that. Okay.
So I don't close tabs.
I didn't close the tab, but I do close tabs frequently because
Bam.
You are likely sure that this is somebody moved a Draugr. And are
This is when I realize I don't.
continuing to move them around. But they are staying within the city limits of Savannah. They're not even going out to Tybee. They're not going out of the city limits. They're staying within the city limits. They're not crossing the bridge. They're not crossing the river nowhere. It's almost like they either don't want to or cannot leave the city limits.
So suggesting that the Draugr is the guardian. Okay. And someone
moving it.
Okay. Yeah, someone's moving it.
So you would know, Ro and the Quans and everybody who has knowledge of others, right? Like the Quans definitely because you've studied it. Both Youngjia and Youngjia and Zhenghua.
Yeah.
Okay, I was saying them back to back, and it sounded. I was about to say, like,
they're very close in a way that I didn't like figure out until I was like, oh, they're both, and like, oh no, those are very close to each other.
As long as I'm not screwing them up.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah.
I'm okay. But both Youngja and Junghwa and even Petra, although I don't know how
Yeah.
interested Petra would be in this, have studied
She's
various.
probably dragged. She is probably dragged because she is like
Yeah.
the rep of like this branch, like the youngest.
Yeah. So there is a level of study gone on in this, and you have studied others in this way. The Walters have definitely studied both history and lore and others in a variety of ways, so that you would know that Draugr are a type of revenant that are animated corpses that are sworn to guard something in this life or the next, or in this life and the next. There is a ritual that goes into creating a Draugr, but to create the Draugr, requires a ritual and a magic user to do it. But a magic user is not used to sustain the Draugr, or unlike other animated corpses, right? Like otherwise, like if you just had a necromancer going around raising zombies or animating a corpse, once that necromancer's dead, they're zombies and they're unalived corpses, or fall back down because they are the source of it. A Draugr, the magic user is necessary for the original ritual, but is not necessary to maintain. Once this ritual is cast, the Draugr is a quasi-sentient being that remains. It is the ritual. You would need a roll. I would need a knowledge education roll on the specifics of the ritual, but you would also know, in general, that it requires consent. Like, you can't. A magic user can't just randomly forcibly create a Draugr to be a guardian to something. It requires consent.
I'm assuming this is like big magic, like noticeable magic. Not
when
like
it's cast, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
You still have 3 questions or 2 questions you can ask.
Okay. As just general knowledge, not as one of the questions, but just I'm assuming I would know this. Are Draugr usually just neutral in like good, bad sort of, or like a not good, bad, but like a
like on an alignment chart?
Yeah,
probably. Like, I mean, in the general sense that they're not evil. Well, I mean, they're
guardians.
They're guardians.
They guard
right?
a thing or person or place.
Yeah. So it
doesn't require like a certain
morality alignment. No.
To make it okay.
The more specific knowledge about the actual how the ritual is completed, but your general knowledge about a Draugr itself is they don't have a soul, but they have personhood from their whoever they were before they were reanimated, and it requires an oath from them. Like one of the things that is known is that they swear to guard this thing in this life and the next, right? Like, so it is theoretically possible that Attila the Hun's bodyguard could get turned into a Draugr to defend Attila the Hun's corpse. Would you consider them morally good or not? That's an entirely separate question. Like,
yeah,
like that would be that's not what their purpose is. Their purpose is to guard a person, place, or thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Does it? And a Draugr would want to go back to guard the thing
Yes.
because that's its entire purpose.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a freebie. You don't need to waste a question on that. That would be a general freebie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you would have, by this point, Ro and Umberto, definitely Umberto and Ro and the Quans, you would have heard of, like, guardians of Egyptian tombs who have been disturbed, who have followed their mummy, followed their pharaoh's mummies to the British Museum and then possibly caused a small catastrophe. Oh, shock and horror for the British Museum. To get them returned back to Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like I have opinions about the British Museum.
Don't we all? Trying to think of how I would ask this question. If you have any questions, Lynn, feel free to use the question.
Two things: either figure out like where this thing is, or like what was the site. Trying to figure out where the site, or what kind of site.
It's like that's how I'm trying to think of how to phrase this question. Whereas I wanna, because the Walters family are heavily into the shipping business and have been for a while. So I'm wondering, and this is where I'm like, how do I ask the question? Do I ask it in would I know some,
you can talk it
is
out.
there a
I'm
way
not going to be
find
that evil.
out? Yeah. Is there a way to find out how this something Draugr shaped, or because I'm assuming it's not a subtle thing, this Draugr being moved around, but subtle enough that obviously it's gone undercover, under wraps. Is there a way to kind of track or find out about something that is being moved so frequently as this Draugr is being moved?
You would need some sort of, based on, I can give you two portions of this answer that would give you the correct answer and give you what you're really asking. So number one, I would say that it probably kind of emerges is like a multiple conversations that are happening between the Walters family and the Quans and poker night, and then going back to the Quans and coming to the conclusion that somebody's investing in panel trucks. Like, what is the easiest way to move something around a city that no one's going to pay any attention to in Savannah?
Panel truck or Ford Transit van.
Yeah.
One of those two things is going to be happening. And you're looking at moving what amounts to a dead body, right? Like, so something that you could stick in the back of a Ford Transit van or a panel truck. Which would then lead to so you would probably have to figure out some sort of tracking, either spell, ritual, manner, to determine where it is in this moment,
Yeah. Maybe I'll there's one thing I've been thinking about. It's like, why, like, if this can maybe lead into some of the questions, like, why move it around the city? Why is it, what specifically about the disruption needs it to be moved around and not just disposed of or like taken extremely far away?
So what is the benefit is what, like, you're asking.
Do we want to have that be,
or
what sort of ritual necessitates like not disposal or like keeping it close but moving. Like that's the
Mhm.
weird thing is like it's
So
kept in like Savannah, but it's not taken out, but
Of
it's being
Savannah.
moved around.
exactly, it's being moved around. So there are two things that you could get from this, and to
Mhm.
get a perfect answer, you would need to roll some an addition knowledge education, because it would be that level of you need to know it's going back to the information about the rituals itself, right?
Mhm.
So you could guess it's either one of two things. Number one, who's ever driving this Draugr around, is using the magic that created the Draugr to do something,
Mm.
and that's benefiting them in some manner.
I feel real
Or
bad for this Draugr if it's like a mystical battery that's just like we're just gonna drive this song because we need to listen.
or on the flip side, they needed whatever the Draugr was guarding, and this is the
Yeah.
only way to prevent the Draugr from,
Protecting.
you know,
Yeah.
going all major guardian on their ass.
Yeah.
Um,
Either you need the Draugr for something, or you're keeping the Draugr away from the thing that
That
you
they're
want
supposed
to
to be
like
guarding.
interfere with. Yeah.
Those are your two options, but to know more about it, you kind of need to look at what the magical energies are doing, right? Kind of thing.
Question for those who are investigating.
Mm-hmm.
Would you poke at the Gwillums?
I mean,
Once it becomes like it goes from being like a small like oh it's something polluting the water or something like that, and it becomes oh we think someone's driving around a Draugr
yeah. I mean,
that is supposed to be a garden. It's like I think that's when we just start opening up to all the channels that we
yeah.
possibly know to figure
Okay.
this out.
Because the Gloom has they're established, they have connections, and they might
Well,
they're
we'll,
things that we might not.
we'll use the family phone tree to contact Mercer and have him noodle at this because he's the smart one.
I
So-
figure part of that is also like these conversations are also happening at poker night that Apollo was hosting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, knowledge education, you said?
Mm-hmm. Knowledge education. What are you rolling for? Knowledge about the Draugr, or not about the creation ritual for the Draugr, or about?
No. Knowledge about why someone would be moving them. Like, okay, if I was going to constantly inconvenience this Draugr,
Mhm.
is it more I'm turning Mr. Sworn Undead into a battery, or I am inconveniencing him because I'm using the thing he's guarding? Like that's the focus of him noodling at this.
Okay.
$24.
24. So here's the thing. It is more likely, given the consistent movement and lack of steady location, that they're trying to prevent the Draugr from getting to the thing that they are using. Because if they were just using it as a battery, they would be sticking it somewhere and then, But the constant movement disorients and changes things.
Now, because it's going to be very much an Apollo question to Mercer.
Mhm.
Okay, so they're moving it around to inconvenience it. Wouldn't dismemberment and then putting it in cement can inconvenience it more than just tying it down and moving it in a van?
You'd be surprised. Because the minute you leave it somewhere, the magics that animate it ensure that it comes back all together.
So, in that case,
Have you ever
would it-
seen the movie, the TV series, The Addams Family?
Yes.
Thing.
Then I have another, what may be obvious question in that case, because
Mhm.
We take thing.
Mm-hmm.
We take all of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck off block of concrete.
Mm-hmm.
Put in back of van.
Mm-hmm.
And we just move the block so we don't have to worry about.
Yeah, basically.
So we're looking for a panel van and not a Ford Transit. Got it.
I mean, I'm assuming dismemberment is probably the most likely way of controlling this, but if it's left anywhere for any period of time, it will come back to itself.
There are steps, and if they've been doing this for a while, they have already gone through step C for chainsaw. We are now in the we put this thing in a container and transport it because that's the next easiest step.
That would be my bet. These don't seem like the most. They obviously want something out of it.
All right, so that will be the message turned back to the people who are actually investigating this. Panel van, magic for Draugr is funky.
Yeah, Mercer would know the full ritual.
Yeah, but I Mercer, due to things previously on Carousel Court, see season 1, doesn't really get out much. So, in Apollese, magic's weird. Magic with dead people's weirder. So looking most likely for a panel van, and if it were me, our undead friend would be in a straitjacket, then tied up, both with rope and chain, then set in some form of cement or similar block like substance. And then you take that and you put it in a sleeve of either something that is passable, like a crate or you know, a casket or something of that nature, and then just slap it in insert van here. It's going to be fuck off heavy, but it will keep Mr. Unhappy in place whilst being moved.
And part of that Mercer would tell you is based on the portion of the magic that's that deals with the Draugr's protection. They are compelled to if they are moved or lose track of the thing that they are defending, they are compelled to search for it and ensure its safety. At the same time, they must always know where it is. So by constant movement, you're distorting their knowledge of where the thing is. Or person or place or whatever.
So here's my suggestion to y'all in tracking down Mr. Unhappy. You need to hit up the diners. Why? Because people driving these sort of things need to take breaks, bathroom, food breaks, etc. No one is going to ask twice about the panel van being parked out there. And especially if these guys tip decent, they're going to get the coffee, they're going to get their favorite like lunch thing on a regular basis. It sounds like a either small business venture or a familial sort of thing that's going on. So make friends with waitresses and you'll probably find your dead guy. Now, if you excuse me, I have to go and buy tickets.
I have some more things to say about this, but let's finish off the house roles, and then I'll
We'll come back to that.
I'll address the things. Yeah, I want to do with the characters.
Okay, we'll come back to that then. Then let's ask if the Quans have any house rolls.
I gave that one too.
Yeah, you rolled for the other thing. You're correct. The Ardalines. You're working on your nuclear sludge.
Turtles. Yeah.
This can't possibly go terribly wrong.
I have names. I'm so excited.
This is
Are they
either
like
going.
Leonardo,
So
Michelangelo?
No, those are already taken.
I would like Marta to roll a knowledge education.
Oh, not
Before you make-
research.
I'll take research. I'll take research.
Knowledge research. Sure.
This is either going to end exactly the way she expects, or
20.
a bunch of turtles are going to turn into sludge.
20.
Either way, it's for science.
Either way, it's for science. You have your nuclear material. You have your turtles that you have been indoctrinating against with really great Chinese
martial
Hong Kong
arts
action
films.
films.
Hong Kong martial arts movies specifically. You know that there is a missing ingredient. Just Marta'd be like, just nuclear stuff.
Pizza?
No, probably some sort of magic would be necessary.
Well, our family has magic. We use
This is
it
true.
to make Dampier, so.
You would, it's just to find, I would say, you need to just find the right ritual and then have somebody cast it.
Cool.
The 90s sucked because of nuclear magic. Got it.
Yes, it's nuclear magic. That is the problem with this. Look, look, nuclear magic is a new front. I'm very excited.
These turtles are just sick. We need magic for
these turtles.
Look, nuclear power is just an energy source. That's the point. The nuclear radiated material is the energy source. You need the magic to use to have to tell that energy what to do, right? You can't just dump super power on it. It just wouldn't do anything. So if you want these to be Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, you're gonna have to make yourself some way of telling the nuclear power exactly what to do with it.
I just need to know whether or not Apollo's love interest is going to have a, be read upon by a Geiger counter. I need to know if Marta glows now.
Marta would practice. Look, undead are much less vulnerable to radiation, but also would take proper procedures. It got transported here mostly safely, so we're going to be mostly safe while using it. I don't know, maybe if worst case scenario, we have nuclear turtle soup.
It's gonna be like eons and eons from now. It's gonna confuse researchers. Like, we see all this radioactive material, and there's these turtles.
Realizing something.
There's just like,
what are you realizing, Pope?
And then turtles.
I hate this. I hate this so much.
All right, so House Project Roll.
Because Apollo is emotionally invested.
Yes.
The house will not be making a project roll this go round because in order to keep Apollo sane and happy, those 2d6 plus 6 is being donated to this turtle.
I'll roll mine first. I've been working on these turtles for a while now. I don't know how much further I have to go because I've been doing it in little bits. So
yeah, you've been doing little stages, and now we're at the you've determined you need some sort of magical ritual to make all of the ingredients
I have some
work.
leftovers. So here's 15 total.
With a 15, I would say you only need 2 more successes to have yourself.
So roll the 2d6 plus 6.
14. Oh look, there we are. You can have the extras.
So I need so this is what I'm seeing is happening.
Okay.
It's poker night.
Yes, because we need Apollo away.
Apollo?
The shed has been cleared out, and he's like, "That's weird. Why are you clearing out the shed?" And she's like, "It's time for its like decade cleaning. You got to get all the shovels clean and everything like that, and just." But really, it was to set up everything for the turtles.
So, Apollo's got poker night, there's a conversation about Draugr and the ritual necessary to find this Draugr and possibly what they've been guarding and how this might be a problem to the overall city going on. And meanwhile, we cut to this very concerned group. We cut from this very concerned group of people from the local community. You know, the Chris Sycamore and Ares Solano and Kit Eldridge, and everybody's at the Gwillem household. Meanwhile, the camera pulls back from the window of the poker table and goes to the backyard shed of the Ardeline household, and Marta Ardeline has got...
So we'll have to use the vampire octopus.
Four turtles, nuclear power, a ritual that she's put together.
Yep.
And is going to cast a spell.
Yep.
So now we need to know if the casting works. Right? We've got all the pieces, you've put this project together, you've got all the pieces. Now the actual character has to roll to make sure that this happens in some way. That is going to be will either dedication or courage. I'll take either.
I'm gonna go with courage, because I feel like this is that's what this requires. This amount of audacity requires courage more than anything else. So that's what it's gonna be. Oh, and I have another dice. Let's fucking use that. Let's go.
Yes, you do. You do have another bonus die, so you can take it right now.
Yeah. Courage bonus die. Baby. 14.
14. You do not have nuclear-powered turtle soup. You do, however, have a magical reaction that everybody in the neighborhood will see.
Uh-huh.
It looks like and I do not know your general reaction to this because it is Savannah and it is December, so you do have what looks like a fireworks display going off behind your house. Now, how interested other people are in that will be up to them. That's their business. But you do have 4 turtles, well, 4 turtle things that look slightly more bipedal.
Mm-hmm. Are they still turtle-sized? Because I hope so. I hope
they are still turtle-sized.
Sad little. Yep. Okay.
They're slightly bigger. They're the size.
They're like 20 years old now, so they're like like that big.
They're a decent sized snapping turtle. They're
It's the 12-foot tall. It's the foot tall GI Joe.
Yes.
No. We're almost 18.
Doll.
We're almost 18 inches.
Okay, so it's my buddy.
Yep.
The shell is a foot. It's different. That's separate. The head and the
exactly. And there is what appears to be the beginnings of sentience and sapience.
Yes. And I'm getting them little colored bandanas. And I'm giving them their names. All right. Hieronymus Bosch. Albrecht Dürer. Blaise Pascal. And little Gregor Earhart. Because we can't just completely copy Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They have to be better.
This is good. This is a gold mine for like 30 years down the road, where like there's gonna be a streaming documentary about like what happened to these turtles.
What happened? And then I give them I have like the pizza ready. I hear that is what they eat, but they're still turtles, so it's like a veggie pizza. Mostly.
Roll me a D100.
Turtles also eat fish. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So this is happening Wednesday night, and we all felt this.
Next door, baby.
And there's fireworks
49
going off.
They do not have projectile vomiting from the cheese.
Oh, that's good.
What do we mean by fireworks?
Fireworks. That very
reds, looks like greens, blues.
That very southern conversation.
What time of night this happened? Is this
during poker time?
We need more details.
When is poker time?
Probably near the end of poker, because it probably took most of poker to set it all.
If it's like midnight, people are sleeping. You might like
poker is from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m.
It's like 10:30.
People have work.
10:15, 10:30. Yeah. Like 10:15, let's say.
Yeah,
it's 10 p.m. on a school night
It looks like
Yeah.
there are like bottle rockets coming out the shed.
What day is this? This third Wednesday?
This is
Wednesday.
Wednesday, the
Wednesday.
10th of December, 1992.
Everyone mark it down on your calendars for the record.
Petra's out. Nowhere near there.
Oh,
Youngja's probably
Another-
sleeping
Petra
at like
wishes
10:30.
she was there right now.
Now, Petra's
It's
having
obviously
fun. Petra's
magic, or
not
could
having
it
fun
actually
not here.
just be fireworks?
It depends on how far away. I mean, it's not like they blew out the windows on the shed. But
No,
if you're
those
just
were
seeing
reinforced.
if you're just seeing it from the street, well, who it definitely looks like fireworks. They could pass for fireworks, but if you have any sort of magical training in you or has a history of magical awareness, then something tingling on the back of your neck might prick up.
I would like to make an awareness test.
Yes, your awareness notice, please. Please
Let's
make
see,
an awareness notice.
All right, where's Youngja?
Do I have to?
Do
Youngja's
I have
Youngja's the
to?
only one. Petra's gone.
Like, this is pretty obvious.
For Apollo, that's a pretty bad awareness.
What was it?
I'm not even gonna
awareness
lie.
notice?
Yes.
Awareness
He is
notice.
trying
No.
not to, he is actively trying not to notice this.
But you aren't. But it's still a 15, and you are actively You're like, I want to play. We're playing poker and talking about undead, and now this.
There is a
Bo is-
mood
Check the
this
books.
evening.
I'm not quite certain Masters actually counts as a sensitive. I have to check.
That's so funny.
This is bad. This is probably bad for Petra because Petra's supposed to be at home. Maybe like
no,
Here's an important
I-
question.
blew up her spot.
No,
You
no,
know,
no.
this right now, it's like,
I have a question for Young John.
mm-hmm.
Would Young John fear that this was Petra's fault?
I mean,
Petra,
yeah. I
sure.
mean, her initial. Yeah, I think so. I think it is also
Mhm.
that
Mm-hmm.
daughter is snuck out. I think is for
Mhm.
entirely separate.
Or where is she
reason.
supposed to be tonight?
Yeah, but
At home? It's a school night. She's supposed to be at home.
But it's also
She's supposed to
but
be
with
sleeping.
but with the 16, even after that, but that first initial thought of, oh, this must be, where's my daughter? Is this her? This is something. Is that? And then you would look around and go, no, this is definitely coming from next door.
Yeah.
That's definitely like there are some things you can picture Petra be. Some places Petra can be
She's not.
without
Yeah.
your knowledge. At the Ardelenes is not one of them, right? Like
Yeah.
you know that.
I think it's just the fact that she's out. She's like not where she's supposed to. Like,
Yeah, like
That's-
there's that separation of, oh, she's still in trouble because she's not where she's supposed to be and she snuck out,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
But it's not this.
but this
Novel.
magical thing is not her.
Yeah.
So you're like, that's a lot.
I would like to ask the Ardelenes.
I would say with an 8 you succeed on knowing that there's some
No, it's a. I need an 18
or
to
why.
succeed as a. That's what the book says for the notice magic action. You need an 18 if it is something that is happening right there, or a 21 if it's lingering ongoing, and then 8 is nowhere near an 18.
Damn.
Well, you still see the fireworks.
Yeah, but I think it's fireworks. I don't realize it's magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Versus
Did the
everybody else who's
Ardelenes-
very, very aware that it is magic. With a 15 and the 16, they're noticing they can, because of where from the Gwillem house with the poker night, they can see that the windows on the shed haven't been blown out. So it's like, oh, there are giant streams of light coming through glass. That's more than just regular magic or regular fireworks out of the backyard.
If y'all
Did the
will excuse me,
Ardelenes-
I'm going to check on what's happening next door. I'll come
The
back
Ardelenes
in
have
a
a
couple of
presence of
hands.
mind.
Yeah. I think same thing for
Did you-
Young Jaw. Just gonna see what's.
Just
You know.
check what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did the
yeah.
Ardelenes have a presence of mind to say they were going to be doing something?
Oh no.
This is Marta's
No.
project.
This is Marta's. Yeah, and she thought it was gonna be super quiet and sneaky.
Nuclear magic, of course.
Yeah.
It's the first
Yeah.
thing that comes to mind.
Quiet.
yeah.
Sneaky.
Yeah, quiet,
Yes.
subtle.
Look, a
Trying to
nuclear
happen.
powered submarine is very quiet,
Very
and
quiet and
very
sneaky.
sneaky, and mostly
Turtles
subtle.
are like little living submarines. I thought the two would, quiet and sneaky.
Ro isn't gonna go over. What Ro is going to do is he's gonna look at oh fuck, what's his name? Jason Hunt's house.
Jacob Hunt.
Jacob Hunt.
Mm-hmm.
He's sitting on his front porch and just be like, oh.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah,
roll me
just
an awareness
gonna-
notice to see if you can see him, because you're, I'm taking a separate roll because you're looking in two different directions, right? Like, the backyard of the
Yeah.
Arteline's house is not the same direction as where Jacob Hunt is living out. Where
Yeah.
was the Grimes?
16.
You see movement. It's a little dark. There's no real, there aren't a lot of lights on, but it's a very nice little Cape Cod, and you see movement of, little flickers of light, like somebody had opened a curtain in one of the gables.
Mm-hmm.
Witness-
Ro will just keep tabs on that house while he's doing his old man thing outside.
Marta, are you okay?
Yes, I am very fine. How is the poker going? Come on,
Paused
Michelle.
for a bit
Okay.
due to the
Close
light
the door.
show.
Close the door now. I'm a shadow. Oh, sorry. Yes, yes. I was just working on a little something.
Does James know about this little something?
No, no. Although, if you passed by, you did not see the televisions on in the living room with the martial arts movie playing on loop, as it has been for the past 20 years. So no, or at least 15 years or so.
Yeah.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came out in 1984.
Yes, almost 10 years.
Yeah.
This is
yeah.
a future
So-
lawsuit no matter what.
The loop of martial arts movies is not playing currently in the front parlor, where there was always a little faint flicker of television. That was
Yeah,
dark when you went by. Yeah.
I have a sneaking suspicion that he is going to need to know now, because if there is anyone in either of our families that is good at creating an alibi and an explanation, it's James. And he is going
You're
to
not
eat this
wrong.
one again. I'm going to have to make him some French toast
I
for this one.
wouldn't worry about it. It is just a little nuclear magic.
Marta, I adore you, but I don't ever want to hear the
Yes.
phrase nuclear magic ever again.
Noted.
Thank you.
Mm.
Did whatever it is that you've been trying for a decade happen?
Do you
Or
want to
it-
see?
Knock,
Sure.
It's like knocking at the door. And just-
Oh, who is that? Hold on.
I believe that is one of our many neighbors who is very concerned.
I think Opal. Since if it's at the front door, Opal would answer, and she'd be like, "Hello, Youngja. How are you?
Is everything okay?
And do you see there's a Geiger counter in the hallway just chilling?" She's like, "We're all right. Everything's contained and fine. I mean, I could get out my Geiger counter. I have one, but it's a bit heavy for prop usage. So, yeah, no, everything. Marta was working on a bit of an experiment in the backyard. I think I heard laughing. More like a cackle, really. So I think it's done, completed. She's probably in a great mood if you want to go back and ask her about it.
Do you have any idea what she's doing?
Well, and she looks and just kind of opens the door a bit more, and you see the empty turtle tank in the which again it's been there since '84. So the empty turtle tank. It involved the turtles.
Something involved the turtles that alarmed every ward and every sensitivity that I have toward. Okay, I'm gonna ask what's happening. I think at this point, I don't think it's Ninja Turtles are far. She's like, Is this some sort of weird sacrifice thing happening? Are
She's
these
like,
like
I haven't asked too many questions. When I tried to ask questions about it, she'd
like
always just
ritual? This is a ritual.
say she was inspired from television one day.
Oh
and
god, that could be anything. That could be anything.
I know.
You don't. This is a long thing. You don't know happen to know where Petra is, do you?
Petra? Oh no, she hasn't been by. Well, not since the Vampire the Masquerade incident, at least.
I figure I'd ask. I have some ideas, but that's.
You know, I could ask Opal. Opal might have. I know they're not on the greatest terms all the time, but Opal might have an idea, or maybe Louise or
Persephone?
Masters. Yeah.
Sorry, I was making sure the
We are-
GM was
we are-
aware of who
Yeah.
was doing what.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could ask some of the younger kids in the area.
I mean,
Guess
I
they're
could
not really
also ask.
kids anymore.
I mean, I could ask Marta too. Like when figure
Yeah,
you
you
mind if
could
I
ask
ask?
Marta. Go, go
You
for
don't
it.
mind? It's not too late.
No, she attracted enough attention on her own right there. I think she's gonna have to deal with this one herself.
Yeah, she gives you like the knowing like, yeah, I know that.
We have whiskey afterwards if you need it.
Mhm.
And we cut to like her leading
Yeah.
you through the house, and
Yeah.
then she's opening the shed door to show Apollo.
Yeah, I want this picture of like as young Jaw is walking through the Ardeline house, there is just this quick bit of movement as Apollo leaps the fence
Mhm.
Yes.
and then is being led to what again were early 90s, late 80s. Like I'm picturing the shed from ET. As the door opens and there's just this neon green light pouring out, silhouetting
There's
both
some-
Marta and Apollo.
And there's 4 little turtles sitting on like a workbench eating some pizza. Look. It's Hieronymus, Albrecht, Pascal, and Gregor.
I do not know how we're going to keep this secret from the rest of my family, but we're going to need to.
I told you it was just a little. You don't want me to say it, but you know.
The creation of life is a touchy subject at the best of times.
They
with
were
the extended
already
family.
alive. I just altered their living existence.
Yeah, Lou did that once. And then things happened.
Look, as I said, we got damp here. I mean, less nuclear, but you know. Oh, let me say the clan family. It's not Jungwa. Youngja! I think as like the door
What,
opens up. Closes
Hey,
the shed.
Apollo, what's
Hello.
like? I felt something and just in a second.
Oh,
What's
Have
happening?
you tried the Tylenol?
It's not that sort of thing. It's
Oh.
the sort of thing as when you're
Young
what was
Jaw.
his name? Came by that like a couple years ago. It's that same feeling. It's that same awful feeling.
It's not that bad. It's not
Never done
first.
that.
It's
No.
not that bad.
It's his first time.
No, it's
S-
not okay.
second-
No, you
sec-
have to stop that. Don't when someone says it's not that bad, it's pretty bad. I've
It's-
heard that before.
But
Guarantee you've
believe
never
me,
felt
but-
anything like that. It's
but-
his first time.
But believe me, it is not that bad. However, Youngjaw, I know you have many questions, but I'm going to ask
okay.
you one first that I want
Okay.
you to really, really think about the answer before you continue this
Okay,
line of questioning. Do you honestly want the burden of this knowledge?
No, but I'm living next to it, so I think I probably should have an idea what terrible thing is next door.
Science happens, magic happens, and
yes.
life has happened.
Life, look,
Okay,
life
that's
has
a lot
happened
of
20
things
years
that-
ago.
Okay. The shortest, most concise
I
way of
have
saying that because it's late
created-
and I have to wake up.
I
I would just
have
like to know what sort of
engineered
nightmare.
some adolescent mutant martial turtles.
What?
She saw Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in '85 and decided to try crack at it. Marta
Do you
has
want to see?
What?
succeeded.
I
Do
mean,
you want to
she
see?
seems like almost mad. Like she's like, it's like- okay, so
Yes. It is their birthday today.
do I see them? Does she see them?
Would you, like the doors closed? She's like, "Do you want to see them?"
It's too late. All right, all right.
Opens the slide, let the door open. We have Hieronymus Bosch, Albrecht Dürer, Blaise Pascal, and Gregor Erhardt.
Oh my god.
And they're just like, no, 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 like eating pizza. You know, I've been indoctrinating them with martial films for years.
No,
to give them the
haven't
knowledge.
known that.
Oh,
No,
it's been happening
this
in
is
the
new
front
information
parlor.
about that. So
I mean, every time you've been over, that's what's been happening. That's what's been in the front room. Is the televisions? Oh, maybe you couldn't see the tank because of all the televisions around it. Yes, no.
I haven't.
Was during that
You-
entire last session, that entire argument, was the background the turtles watching
Yes.
some
That's the
Bruce
next
Lee
room.
movie?
That's the,
The-
other.
The other
room.
parlor is
Yes.
just CCTVs.
So whenever the camera swung by,
Whenever
you
the
just
camera
saw-
swung by, yeah, like it was like front door,
Okay,
passed
thank
by
you.
these turtles, second parlor where the conversation was happening. Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I just needed that
Look,
information.
I only employed a little, and I look over at Paul and I lean into Angel. Nuclear magic
What?
to create them. You know, because this is how the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, they fell into like some nuclear waste. And I figured this could only really go on of two ways. Either we have nuclear turtle soup or we have adolescent mutant martial
Wait,
turtles.
How much have we been exposed to this? This is how long? She'll look at Apollo because Apollo's like she is like right now like she think Marta is completely lost at this moment, like just looking for like some stability, stable.
I know that the container was reinforced and made of layers of lead. So
Yes.
the good news
There has
is
been so much lead. We have a lead
live
mine.
next
you
door
know.
to this.
It's fine. We've been tasting it with the what is it? The Geiger.
The
thingy,
Geiger counter, which Marta has previously established is in this space, is not going off. It's at neutral, and given the fact that
I was very careful. I wore the what did you call it? There's what is his face? Mercer calls it the PPE. I use that.
Okay.
like first
they're really
hearing
going for
that
that
like the
pizza.
name Mercer.
I asked him questions
How
about
long have
PPE.
you known about
He does
this?
not know.
She's looking at
No,
Apollo.
no, no,
like,
no,
like,
no, no, no.
No.
My brother knew that you asked about PPE and did not inform me.
He said the words PPE once, and I was like, if you have to pee so bad, you should just go to the bathroom. And then he explained to me in great detail that they were definitely different things. I asked some follow-up questions.
You heard? Okay.
And he did not deign to inform me.
I guess he just thought it was part of the regular conversation.
I know, Apollo, you're connected. You're gonna have someone come over here and make sure, because I honestly don't trust whatever she's saying right now with those
Adolescent mutant martial turtles. Oh, Hieronymus finished his slice already. Oh,
I
good
am
turtle.
less concerned about the creation of life right now. That is future me problem. My current concern is having a way to explain the flashy lights and loud noises to the neighbors and the HOA, and then explain that away to the rest of the community, and then we find out about the levels of radiation everyone has been exposed to, and then we see about a way of introducing an entirely new life form to the rest of the world.
I've seen
I
a
was
lot
just
of.
smoking a cigarette while clearing out the shed, and there was a bunch of fireworks in the shed. I dropped the cigarette, they all went off. Boom. Oops.
No, but that puts you at the scene of the crime. We need to put James at the scene of the crime.
Oh, so James! He has no
Alright.
idea. He just knows the turtles are missing, and it's probably not good.
Apollo.
Yes?
Apollo. First thing. Tell me when you figured out how much exposure we've all had. I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot. And
Probably about the equivalent of 3 x-rays.
it's fine. That's with it. That's
I wouldn't get
Whatever's-
any more this year. In fact, we should probably not be having a conversation back here.
Ugh.
alright.
I give Hieronymus like
It's-
a half slice of pizza since he finished his first one, and I roll the door shut at you.
Alright.
And give him a little pat on the head.
Assuming it's not that bad.
The fact that we're all still standing and we're not having the smell of certain byproducts is a very good sign.
Alright. You get back to us on that. And
Yeah.
it's whatever's happening, whatever you've done with she's done with that. It's between her and whatever social services, whatever these poor creatures are.
I don't think there is a social services for them yet, and that is going to be another
And that's a
future
problem.
problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
Going to live in a sewer and fight crime. I don't see what is so.
And you keep
We don't really have sewers, and crime is mostly a thing that we have other services for.
You're gonna have to keep me appraised of this as well, because
Well,
you know how tenuous things are. We can't have like somebody, especially another creating something and then just abandoning it or letting it run loose.
I have never abandoned any of my creations, and I took care of the one that was a problem.
To be fair, I think this is the first that I know of with on the Eastern Seaboard. That being said, I have heard strange rumors about things from Detroit. So this is obviously not the first time we've had these issues, let alone what is happening in the Balkans, because, yes.
Look, how are you supposed to have science if you don't experiment and try things? See, I'm just at the forefront of new knowledge. A very niche experiment for niche knowledge, but I mean, wow, how could they have made an entire television series, movies, and comics without having a base of inspiration?
There are a lot of gears happening in Young Judge's head, and wondering. I let my daughter hang around this woman. That was maybe a mistake. It's late. Okay, just keep me updated, because this is going to create a lot more problems.
Yes,
as soon as I know things, I'll let you know.
All right.
I don't expect they'll be doing roundhouse kicks for another week, probably. They'll could surprise me, and I peek in a little bit again. Just closer.
All right. I'll let you take care of this. This is. And I'll get started on any sort of litigation that protect these things. All sorts of things. God, it's gonna be a pain.
Yeah, we're going to be creating entirely new layers of case law.
Yeah.
Oh God, there's going to be legislation after this.
Yeah, and who's gonna have to keep up? Whose problem is that gonna be?
Mikey's, and because it's going to be a Mikey problem, means that I am going to.
It's also going to be a me problem.
Well, the good news is,
well, at least I have a heads
Savannah's
up.
greatest bastard is going to be helping you with this.
Well, at least I have a heads up. This won't be a surprise.
No, it's not a surprise anymore.
And I think I'll let this for you for right now. I'm gonna steel myself, prepare mentally, and let this be your burden for a while, because I have a daughter to kill.
Please do not kill
Oh,
her.
good luck. Do you need you need a shovel? I'm gonna like just grab one off the
She
ground.
shoots you a look. She just
She thinks you're literally off to go murder your child.
If I know
What?
anything
I'm
of
attempting to be helpful.
as much as the apple does not fall from far from this particular tree, I would say Athens. Also check for any reports of missing vehicles. Fairly certain that she learned to hotwire from me, but I will not take the fault for that.
and she'll just go. It's
I have a
This is gonna be a
question for
nightmare for her. This is gonna-
Masters.
Yes.
You have seen the light show. Do you have any reaction to the light show happening in your backyard?
Well, they're doing some kind of fireworks thing over there. No.
I think
All right.
also probably
Imagine-
like there's a we were not Youngja was not quiet, particularly quiet.
Yeah, but he is a little bit further over.
I mean,
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's, oh, it's one of those things you imagine if you see your
Yeah.
neighbors the next day during the day. You just say, "Oh, yeah, it's fireworks
Yeah.
last night." You know.
Yeah.
It is also Savannah in the 90s. Guarantee you. The question was it a firearm or firework? And 9 times out of 10, it's still
people do their thing.
firework than a firearm.
Sometimes.
I have a question for you, please, and thank you. Could you roll me just a simple little roll, Masters?
Sure.
Could you roll me a will coordination? Sorry, and you get a bonus die.
Any particular reason?
Unrestrained magical workings in the area
Terrible.
with nuclear power.
Nuclear magic is not an explored avenue. I am a
An
forefront.
18.
And an 18. You aren't.
He does not have magic abilities himself.
No, you don't. But this is what's going to happen. This is a thing, similar thing to perhaps something that had happened previously. In this case, you're not asleep, but your mind, as you like kind of look out that window, realize that there's a light show, just ignore it and go back to whatever you was doing. There's this moment where you kind of like glance off into the middle distance and you see that perfectly circular piece of land again. And you see what looked like previously rubble has been kind of piled in a way to clean it up. Not in an essential, in like there's any intentionality to build something with it, but like that level of like you saw a bunch of broken stones and you kind of piled them neatly. And then you go back to what you were doing.
That's weird since he wasn't asleep, but he goes back to planning for the classes and all of that. It's weird. Well, though, here's the thing. It's early December and people like to do fireworks at New Year's. It's probably just planning. Imagine the Arlene's are planning some big New Year's thing. And it's
We will now.
You. And can I get a will coordination roll from Young Jaw as well?
Will coordination.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. 15.
15. As you are rubbing your temple and walking back towards your property, planning how you are going to hunt down your daughter and or scream at her or just wait up long enough for her to come home and meet her at the front door in an intimidating fashion, the way a large number of parents did in the 90s. Before the advent of cell phones. You cross your wards, and there's like a brief static shock. It kind of runs through you, or more accurately, out of you. Mm-hmm. And it's almost like your wards increase a little bit stronger. Almost as if you did everything you were supposed to do to strengthen them just by thinking about them as you walked by them. Or they just took a little bit of that extra energy that was perhaps carrying around.
Just a little uranium.
It's slightly concerning. Yeah.
But one and done kind of thing.
One and done.
Yeah,
There's no more
done.
left. We used it all.
No, not once the powers that be sue you for. It is the height of Ninja Turtle stuff. I don't know if they're gonna like that very much.
That's why I gave them different names and different colored headbands.
Oh, you street
it's
sharks.
Hieronymus, Albrecht, Pascal, and Erhard.
Oh, you street sharks, these poor creatures. No.
And as Apollo walks back into the Gwillem household.
To poker night, he's got a whole 20 minutes, maybe. 15, probably.
Ari Solano and Chris Sycamore are both standing around. There is now a small potted plant.
Mm-hmm.
Problem being that plant is growing out of what was the poker table.
Oh dear.
Ari Solano's kind of looking at it. And Kit Eldridge is drinking a lot of water very heavily. He will apologize and ask or say he has to leave, mostly because he's got to go take a dip. Feeling a little dry. And Colonel Fitzryan is sitting there smoking. He usually doesn't. Chris is there smoking, would usually smoke the cloves. But he's taken the clove cigarette from Chris and is smoking it, and and blowing out bright purple smoke rings. But Gandalf the Grey level of detail, flying boat, quote-unquote, smoke rings. Honestly, this is the most interesting thing to happen in this continent's magic since I've come to visit. As he tells Karadek, he goes, I think I want some.
No, you don't. There are layers involved, many layers, more than an onion. It's unpleasant.
He looks at Karadek, he goes, kind of claps him on the shoulder. He gets up, stubs out the clove cigarette, puts a hand on your shoulder, Apollo. He goes, I'm gonna have some fun, and walks out the door.
Oh no, I've inspired the Fae. With nuclear magic.
Okay, so for the people who will understand the next series of things that come out of my mouth, Apollo goes over to the Southern Drinks Cabinet.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Gets that old bottle of cognac, pours a glass, breaks out one of the Cubans, dips both ends, and then trims and lights. As that's the kind of night we're having.
Chris and Ari will stay to kind of help figure out what's going to happen with this now alive poker table. Well, it's not sentient or sapient or anything. It's just now what was a wooden table is now a shrub.
It's going to get moved to the backyard. It will be planted along the Ardeline Willem property line, and surveilled for quite some time.
Chris would say he would like to come and look at and make sure it's maintained well.
Oh, it will be like the rest of the yard.
Yeah, I know, but there's it's a little personal.
Sure.
Look, I know every tree I have ever grown. This is the first time I've grown a tree out of a table. And I've spoken to many of my trees. I speak to all of the trees I grow. I'm going to continue to speak to this one. Just because you maintain custody doesn't mean I'm not going to come and have visitation rights.
Okay, and so it's going to be the front yard then.
He's got like
yard on the property line.
You can see the tips of his ears are kind of pointing a little bit, and there's a little bit of like a little bit more brown in his skin tone than usual. Peeking out.
Move it to the front yard then. By all means. By all means.
Thank you. And he will walk and he'll say, and I'll look forward to poker next week. I'll bring you a bigger bottle. And then walks out. Ari also looks at you and goes, I promise to take care of the snacks for next time.
I appreciate that. As he finally leans back, and she's going to be the first person to notice this.
Mm-hmm.
For the first time in Apollo's life, two things. One, there's starting to be dark lines under his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And two, he's got one gray hair in his beard.
He's aging. Let's see what happens. And she'll kind of register that. Look at you. You should come over. Want to do a whole thing.
Sure.
A nice purification, some healing, it'll be fine. Just because you happen to be of a different denomination doesn't mean you can't come over.
That's very nice. We'll see if we can squeeze it in the schedule.
She'll just kind of raise her eyebrow. I'll let Marta know to tell you to come over. And she'll walk out.
Yes, that'll go great.
Fully in the way to get a man to go to a doctor's appointment is to tell his wife to send them to the doctor's appointment. It's kind of where Aries is as she's walking out.
Once everyone's out,
yep.
There is a phone call. Mikey, I know you're still up.
Well, I don't actually go to bed. What am I doing, and who am I smiting? No, excuse me. Suing.
So the person that you warned me not to get involved with has...
Wait, stop. I need to savor this. Go on. This is where you say, you were right, Mikey.
Not yet. Not yet. Has performed nuclear-powered magic on their property in the middle of the subdivision, and has brought to some form of sentience or sapience 4 reptiles that may or may not due to this ritual um, grow in size, sapience, and sentience.
Reptiles or amphibians?
Reptiles, um, they will be long lived. Uh, we will need to figure out case law, legislation, try and get ahead of this.
And this is where you say, "You were right, Mikey."
You were right, Mikey.
Very nice. I
This
promise
is
not to double
bad.
bill you.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, if she gets a hold of a rodent, I'm gonna have to deal with an IP problem. You realize that, right?
I will try. No uncertain terms. Stress no rodents or anything from the greater rodentia.
Because I can do a lot with what I assume are some sort of, perhaps adolescent aged reptiles of a martial capability.
They have been bombarded by Hong Kong action films for nearly a decade, Mikey.
Yeah, I can do a lot with that, but the minute we get sentient sapient rodents, you know that those people down in Florida are going to be calling, and they just have a better deal on the IP control.
That's fair. I'm just
Like,
I'm going to ask for all our sakes. I'm going to ask ahead of time because I know rats right out, bunnies due to other IP right out, beaver because
nope,
I'm
nope,
going to
nope,
get
nope,
asked.
nope. That's got to go too. Have you not seen that thing called MTV?
Not much.
Yeah, go
So
look up this series. It's called Beavis and Butthead, and the references that they then make to a certain level of beavers that are coming out of Canada. Also, all adult series.
oh right. Maybe I can convince her to do something with larger creatures like a camel.
Ooh. Is this where I would get to say we can have some megafauna come and, we can get a whole thing going?
No, we are not allowed megafauna. That might bring Dad back.
Well, we can't have moose and squirrel either.
No moose. Moose somehow got past the filter. I don't know how, but no moose.
Alright. You get your friends and family right. Also, you're in charge of the fireworks.
No. That's James's job. That's James's job. As I know he hangs up on me.
Hangs up intentionally. And we're gonna pan the camera over to the Walters house as just before the light show erupts down the street. Because I'm feeling like there's some generational tension going on in that family. Like, Umberto went to a poker night, but there are other members of this household who are at home, one of whom who's sitting on this front porch possibly catching sight of this giant fireworks extravaganza. But I want to know what's going on at the Walters house tonight.
This evening, Linda prepared a wonderful meal for the two of us, and walked Firu around the block a couple of times, get energy out. He's still a spry dog. We also have Linda went inside to watch her shows. It is a Wednesday after dinner. Meanwhile, Ro went outside to do his thing where he's usually outside just looking, especially after the Robin McLeod thing. He has a penchant for being outside. But on this particular night, he is waiting for a particular car to drive by. and as it does before the fireworks show, um, um, he waves at his son Luis as he arrives home and motions him to come on over. As soon as he's done situating himself, and he stands up and walks in to his own home and waits and leaves the door open, waiting for his son to come on over. He goes, sits down on his recliner and gives a look to Linda, and she nods and heads off to the bedroom, turns on the gramophone, puts on one of her old records, and just starts reading in the bedroom while Ro waits for Luis to come on over. And is just sitting there in the recliner, looking at the door and waiting.
And Luis comes in. I imagine he sort of changed his clothing so it's not so obvious where he's been. Comes in and goes, What's up, Poppy?
Oh, well, son, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about for the past little bit here, and I think, we gotta talk about it before I continue ignoring it. Come on, have a seat. Do you want some water or anything?
No. Sits down. Not quite sure what this conversation's going to be about because, it's just back from a secret concert. Dad's asking questions. It's unclear what this is about, but just sort of sits, not just neutral. Like, clearly, I've not done anything suspicious.
Stop looking like you stole the cookie out of the jar. It's nothing you did. This is a conversation. It's a serious conversation, but nothing you did. But rather,
Is it Umberto?
no, your grandfather's doing fine. No, this is about Masters.
What about him?
Well, you were too young to know him. Unfortunately, he passed about a year before you were born. But that house down the road, where Master now lives, where his mother and his aunt used to live, that is the house of my old best friend, Peter Musgrove. Peter Musgrove, he was a good man. You have to know that. He was a good man, maybe a little naive, set in his ways, but he was a good man. And Peter had really one thing he wanted in this life, and that was to find his family's land and to make it what it once was. Now, what I'm going to tell you next, Luis, you must swear to me you will say not one word of this to anyone, not even Masters.
Hey,
I need to hear you say it, son.
I swear I will not say anything. Is this at the Ardleans or others? Is that what this is?
No, it's not about the Adelines. They'll come out
We're not supposed to say
in their
anything
own
about that
time.
yet, right?
No. Let them come out on their own time. It's a serious matter. No, but Peter and his family lineage, well, they were magic users. And unfortunately, it skips every man in the line. At least I think that's what Peter told me. So he was not really sensitive, and I'm assuming neither is Masters if what Peter said was correct. But that does not mean that the magic does not live in the blood. And why this is important is that the Musgrove land is magical. It is important.
House?
And it is sacred to them. No, not their house. No. No, that's just where they lived. No. The Musgrove land exists elsewhere, somewhere out in the swamp. And after Peter died, I and and the Kwan family, we made an effort to go out there and make sure it was found, it was cleansed, and most importantly, that Susie and the masters, or Smiths back then, oh no, they're masters back then, that they never found out about this land. They never had any entitlement to this land, and that they would never know of its existence. Because the magic might skip the men in the family, but not the women. And if they were to find out that there was a magical font of familiar magics, I mean, you can do the math. And now why I'm telling you this, son, it's... The Kwans and I want to tell Masters about his familial right. But we have concerns about him. Now, I know he's a good kid. You know, I love him like he's my own, but I don't know where his loyalties will lie. If the going gets rough, if he finds out that is his land, we tell him, we give him the rights to that land. And his mama or his brother come over, his aunt, and they start asking questions, if he'll stay strong and not tell them anything. And I don't know anybody who knows Masters better than you. So I ask you, son, do you think that Masters is going to be loyal to his familial land and not his parentage? Not his brother, not anyone.
Oh. Well, he's his own man, but I don't think he'd see there being a difference between loyalty to the family land and loyalty to his family. If his mama asked, I think he would tell her.
All right, then.
Unless he had a good reason not to.
Do you think
Don't think he'd
that...
tell his brother, though.
No, they never did get along, now did they?
No.
Do you think that would ever change? I'm telling his mama or his aunt.
His mama is a terrible woman, but he loves her. She's still his mama.
And he's a good kid. A shame, really, but thank you for being honest, even if it means that your best friend, on matters of your best friend, thank you.
But he's a
Thank
good
you.
kid, though. He wouldn't hurt anyone. He's working really hard to do something good in Savannah.
I mean, what is it that Apollo always says? Pathway to hell is paved with good intentions. I mean, I live a long life if nothing else, and I know the Kwans are interested in this matter as well, so I'll let them know. About Masters, and we'll see if he comes around, if anything happens. But Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Luis. A good boy always. Remember, this is something that has been kept secret for decades at this point. Make sure not to tell anyone, especially masters. As good as the kid is, this was important to his grandfather. It's probably the most important thing to his grandfather. And I would hate to see something terrible happen to it after all he sacrificed.
Masters asks about his grandfather. You never get to meet him.
No, I hoped I would be able to tell him a little bit more about him, but I mean, I could still tell him some stories. The man was a character, to say the least, but, I don't know, maybe one day I'll be able to tell him everything about Peter and his family, the Musgrove line, and not the charade his children decided to carry.
Heard about town that Peter was sort of violent. There was some sort of famous incident in a drive-in. Attack someone.
Ah, Peter. Well, son, Peter was a Quaker. That's not really in their style. That's not really what they do. That day in the drive-in. It was a little bit of a misunderstanding between all parties involved. He was just trying to protect a young woman who he thought was in trouble, but really she was just being a young rebellious teen, and Peter didn't really understand that at the time. And so he went to extreme measures to try and create a distraction for her to get out of that situation. Now, Peter would not harm a fly. In fact, I don't think he even did, ever in his life. He was a family doctor. His life was about helping people. Helped our family get up when the going was rough.
So he died of alcohol poisoning, like liver damage.
No, son. Like I said, man was religious through and through. He never touched a drop his entire life. No, he died to something a lot more evil than that. And
What happened?
Ro will probably be silent for like a minute, looking off to the distance. Look at you, look off at the distance. You can see him thinking, pondering something. And when he looks back, you'll hear a quick silence, a record scratch, and then you'll hear the music start playing again. A new song, probably on the B side of the record at this point. No, Peter. Peter was cursed. And, unfortunately, it was his own kin who did it, so.
You mean Masters' mother?
Most likely. My sister was never that ambitious, but Susie, well, you know how she's been.
She goes on and on about how others are bad and all that. So, I mean, that's
Yeah, son, but have you noticed how she doesn't she never mentions a certain type of other in any of her legislation. She just conveniently forgets about them every time she proposes something new.
Master's never said anything about this. I don't think he knows.
I don't figure it's something that she goes around advertising. I suppose that's why she was, visited by his ghost that one night.
I know she was charged with it, but she was acquitted and she kept going on about conspiracy and all that was all over the news. He doesn't believe she did it.
I'm sorry to say. It's a damn shame too. Peter loved his children. Loved them to death. And I guess in the way he did.
Why would she do that?
Peter was a Quaker. He gave and gave and gave, son, and he did not believe in keeping what he gained. He believed in helping others. A communist is what his daughters called him. And I guess in a way he was. Always believed in sharing his wealth and helping everyone rise, not just himself. And you know, Susie and her sister, Susie and Sally, they are
Not.
all about rising, all about power, all about money. Everything that Peter was never about.
I feel like, is there something, some kind of evidence or something we could give to Masters?
Unfortunately, not really. Only circumstance and the people who found it out. Like you said, she's been acquitted. And all the other evidence to Masters would be circumstantial. If he loves her as much as you say.
Yeah. I just don't think she loves him in a way that's healthy.
I hardly believe she loves anything at all, aside from money.
Fame.
That's true. Good or bad, she's all over it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe invite Masters over every once in a while, and maybe we can talk about Peter.
He's a good kid.
Yeah. Good kid. A lot of love in his heart. Even if some of it is misplaced.
Yeah. I don't know. He sometimes has nightmares about the day he watches mom get shot. I think he's pretty attached to not losing her.
That will do it. I mean, no matter who our parents were, what they did, if they die
Yes.
or they're killed, you never really forget that.
Yes, I'm lucky that I've got some of the best parents. Even if you sometimes old fashioned.
It comes with age, son. One day you'll be old fashioned with all those spikes and all that black attire.
Never be old fashioned. Think it's at that hunt. Got to go look to see if the creepy guy next door is being weird. Just look up. Yeah.
You're muted, Prax.
I'm sorry, I was muted for you all. I apologize. I said, but that's the point at which the fireworks go off. And Umberto, who's been standing across, who was at the Gwillums and staring at this, was staring at Jacob Hunt. And now, what do Ro and Luis do?
Go to the window.
Yeah,
things
definitely go
first.
out and
Yeah.
Oh, Ro definitely walks out off on the porch and looks to see what the ruckus is.
So can you roll me an
And
awareness?
which house it's coming
you
from?
Notice as you looking around.
This Ro? This is Ro.
Yeah.
Here, I'll definitely tell. I'll direct Luis. I'll be like, this way.
That way. And it's this way. It's that way. Could you roll me a will coordination, please?
Will coordination. Ro. Well, Luis also need a will coordination.
Yep.
I don't have that character sheet. If you would.
I got you. I got you.
Thank you. Thank you.
12 for Ro, 16 for Luis.
Both y'all are real hungry tonight. Like, even if y'all just ate, you're a lot hungrier than you were 30 seconds.
That's the little nuclear magic.
Luis is gonna think about someone he just met at the concert
Club?
he just came from.
Yep.
And Ro will take a look outside, see the fireworks and feel the hunger hit him. And he'll say, well, it was a good talk, Luis. Thank you for your candor and invite Masters over for dinner tomorrow or Friday. I know he's a busy boy, but maybe we can have some talks.
Gonna look at that's the Audley house. So that's are we gonna
You know the matriarch of that house a little better than I do, but I think we can both make a couple of assumptions by the fact that no one from the Quillen family really just ran out.
At this point, you would have seen Ro will see with a 24. Apollo
run over and
hop the fence. I think that's what it is. It'll be and nobody's running and oh, there goes Apollo.
6'1" over the fence.
like
It
in a
looks like
mellow
Apollo
chill way?
has
Like
it
there's no big deal.
Yeah, just very casual about it. It's I think other people will have this covered. I'll ask your grandfather what happened over there tomorrow. I think I'm gonna ask your mother to go out on a date with me tonight. It's a nice day for it.
Okay. Just sort of like we all just got hungrier. That seems really bad. Like in his mind, right? So kind of like that seemed like a bad. No, okay.
Ro, ultimate total chill. Luis, zero chill.
Not really zero chill. It's more like that seemed bad. Okay, well,
I'm here.
Luis
for it.
does know the
blow
Ardeline
up.
house a little better, so
yeah. Marty's a
Yeah.
little.
Maybe he starts thinking.
He's played Dungeons and Dragons with her. You know.
Yeah. This could be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, if you've ever played Dungeons and Dragons with Marta or Vampire the Masquerade that one time, you would know that this could be a problem. Could be a problem.
And before we wrap up tonight, I have one last roll I would like the Quan family to make. Someone there. Any one of the lovely Quan ladies can make this roll. I need a make sure I have the right title for the roll. I need a status breeding roll as we prepare to leave 1992. A 9. Just good enough. Because the next morning, a personalized letter, as in one that didn't go through the mail and wasn't franked, is delivered through the through the under the door of the Kwan household. Slightly heavier parchment, very large, thick seal on the back. Wax tied with green, gold and red strings that kind of dangle from the outside edge of the seal. Do you open it?
Yeah.
Are you neat or messy in opening this sealed letter? One wishes to know.
Neat, I think.
Okay. Slice the letter or slice the seal?
Seal.
Slide the knife under, pop the wax up, open the letter. It unfolds all the way. Very fine calligraphy, written in both English and Korean. Is an invitation. To join a small, dedicated group of individuals who are interested in preserving the knowledge of various esoteric arts. You are offered a seat at the table. Do you accept? And that's what it says.
Mm-hmm. I think for Young Jaw, it's probably better for her. Her thinking is it's better to know what's happening with that sort of thing. And yeah, we will join, or she will.
She will accept. She'll.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little like insert, you know, one of those like RSVP cards that you get in like formal wedding invitations. It's like check yes here, sign your name, and then put it back in the mail. It's already comes in the pre-stamp envelope.
Mm-hmm.
And as the day begins and everyone starts their day going to work, Jacob Hunt walks out, and just before he gets in his car today, he makes eye contact with Young Jaw and just gives her a little bit of a smile before he gets in the car and drives away.
Concerning.
And that's where we're going to end 1992.
Woo!
Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, all of my wonderful players, for participating again tonight. Thank you for all of these moments and stories and nuclear-powered magical rituals to bring Sunday and sapient turtles to martial capability.
Yes.
Sure, this is all going to be fine. But we're going to go around, let everybody say where we can find you, something you enjoyed about tonight, share some love, and as we prepare for 1995, what is one type of magic being revealed, coming to the fore in popular psyche that you're looking forward to in 1995? And why don't we start with Trooper, because Trooper was delayed in joining us because, technology is hard sometimes.
What magic that's coming into the popular magic that's coming into the popular imagination am I looking forward to?
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about specifically spell casting, yes?
Or any type of general magic, not a magical being, but the action thereof. Magical effects will be allowed as well.
Well, let me check the dates on this. So, Mage the Ascension was first published at the end of 1993.
Mm-hmm.
So I suppose I'll go with Mage the Ascension and the sort of magical casting paradigm about sort of improvisational magical casting paradigm that sort of brought forward because I feel like Apollo is going to be all about it in the D&D group. I feel like Apollo is that sort of detail-oriented person that would probably really like Mage the Ascension. I don't know if Marta would, but I'm looking forward to that one shot.
We know what's going to happen. Marta is going to read everything cover to cover, and she's going to go, but the technocracy has far better magic than these traditions.
Yeah. So I'm excited for how that causes trouble sometime in 1994 with the group. And that's exciting. Let me see. And I'm Trooper SJP. And it has been great to be here to see what kind of shenanigans are going on. Did everybody get their house roll?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, good. And you can find me. What is today? Today's Sunday. You can find me tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. over Eastern over at Wandering DM's channel for the return of Montreal by Night. I will not be the only person that you're seeing right now in this screen who will be there. There will be at least 2 other people who will be there. I cannot say about there anymore. I don't know. And then you can find me on Tuesday at 8:30 p.m. over at High Shelf Collective. Where I'll be doing a Monster of the Week charity stream. And then the season finale of The Gamblers, my Traveler Pirates of Drenex campaign, will be over on my channel at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's Trooper SJP. And I don't know what all they're going to do, but there may be some questionable player choices, which always go well. Yeah, that's me. And while everyone else is doing their outro, I am going to quick get something that was inspired so I can show you all. And I want to give my special love to Lindy for nuclear magic. That's my special love, nuclear magic.
People had almost a decade to stop me. This is what happens.
Yep. And I feel that that's the brilliant transition. We need to thank you, Lindy, for nuclear magic,
Yes,
the advent
yes.
thereof, and now I'm going to need to do some sit down and look at the effects of nuclear magic on this world system. Thanks. I love each and every one of you for
Look.
giving me these new ideas.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, they came up with the idea first. I just implemented it,
This is true.
Yeah. But yeah, it's me, Laugh of Lindy. My love for tonight, I love how Youngjaw was just like, hey Opal, there's a thing going on. You don't know? Well, can I see? Okay. Yeah, just like being like, hey. Also, do you know where my daughter is? Like, just like, by the way. Okay, there's a big weird thing happening here, but also Petra. Like, this is a problem. I just loved that mom energy coming out from Youngjaw here. Like, yes, I have responsibilities, but also, damn it, that 17-year-old. I just love it. I love how much of a problem Petra is, and it brings me joy. I love the idea of just the Walters family, just all of them. They're just all a delight, but especially Ro just sitting out on the front porch like an old man. I do that sometimes, like when the weather's not abhorrent here in Florida. So like I totally get it. Like age is just he might not be a century yet, but it's just a mentality. If you as soon as you yell at some kids to get off your lawn, I think you automatically join the old person's club. I've been there for a while. So, it's fine. And my love for troopers just being like, well, also just being able to get here because the technical difficulties finally making it, that was good. And then when he's like, Masters is just like, just prepping for some New Year's stuff, whatever. They do a show or whatever. I'm sure it's fine. I'll ask about it tomorrow. I mean, I'm not that worried about it. When he really should be very, very worried about it. It's fine. It's gonna be great.
Who expects the Spanish Inquisition or adolescent martial amphibian warriors? Like who expects those things?
Not a lot of people apparently. But Marta's been dropping clues for 10 years basically. If people wanted to do anything about it, we probably should have had something happen to those turtles a while ago. But yeah, it might, of course, Pope. My love for Pope is the phone call of also hopping the fence and be like, Marta, what did you do? Because he's emotionally vested now, as you said. Apollo being emotionally vested in anything just brings me joy. And then that person you told me not to get involved with, just that was just beautiful and brilliant. It's like, oh, I love how Mikey saw this coming, like who knows how long ago, and was just like, hey, don't get involved. And then Apollo was like, it's not gonna happen, and then it happened, and I was like, all right, so hey. And so then we just go, huh? Wait, Mikey's gonna hear about all the details from Opal at work the next day anyway, so Mikey won't have to wait long. It'll be great. I'm so excited. And no mice. They don't need Splinter. Marta's Splinter. Marta knows everything about warfare. She's got hundreds of years of warfare and fighting experience. They don't need a Splinter. And if she did, it'd be a capybara, because they're the largest rodent. So yeah, anyways, you can find me online at Laugh Live Lindy. Oh, my favorite thing I'm looking forward to Magic-wise, Magic the Gathering comes out next year, 93. So, I think that would be Marta's jam. Uh-huh. Yes. You might, maybe when you have your poker night, Marta starts having Magic the Gathering night.
No.
So just another week.
We realize that Savannah's going to have Friday Night Magic because of Marta.
Because of Marta, yeah. She gets the SEA in on it. Oh, yeah. She's gonna get some of those nerds. You can find me online at Laugh Live Lindy. So yeah, Magic the Gathering. You can find me online at Laugh Live Lindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. You can find me here next week. You can find me on Trooper's channel for the finale of The Gamblers. Oh, it's so sad. We unfortunately could not have Call of Cthulhu Below the Light of Fire this past week because over half our players were sick or internet was sick, so it was not a good time. But this week, we're gonna play this week. And of course, tomorrow night we also have our Mondays in Exandria, the new match game, where we're in an underwater city and everything's not great there. We've learned some things that's not awesome, but we're gonna do it because we're heroes, the acronym. And I'm sure it's fine. That's me. And I'll have a Christmas special this month. Gosh, it's already half over this month, isn't it? I'll post something about that soon. Hey.
Indeed. And let's jump over to the other half of Jumping the Fence. Hey, Pope, how are you? How's life going for you?
That's the title of the romantic comedy featuring Marta and Apollo, is Jumping the Fence.
Wait, does that mean they're married? Is that like jumping the broom?
No.
No,
These two will never get married, but they will forever be a couple.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Again, Kurt Russell, Goldie Hawn.
No.
Hey everybody, Pope here. Pope World Build on the internet's first business then pleasure. If you want to see more of this silly face, tomorrow night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, over on Wandering DM. The vamps are back, and the bad choices with them, and the ramifications of those choices. There needs to be stuff seen under Montreal. Will the cops take out an elder gangrel? What's going to happen in the political scene? Who knows? Tune in. Then this Saturday, Saturday afternoon, I believe over 2 p.m. Eastern on Valdrian's channel. We're doing a Christmas special there, a Mass Effect Christmas special. And you will get to not only enjoy seeing Trooper eat pizza, not necessarily there, but here, but there, amazing cast of folks, and our ST Humalu asked each of us for a movie that we enjoy watching during this time of year to incorporate parts to the plot. I asked a number of questions, and the movie I have contributed to this disaster is Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. So definitely love to have you, and then be back here Sunday for more Carousel Court. As for magic that I'm interested in coming into the world, the because we're going through different trends as the internet becomes more and more of a thing. There in 95,
We get eBay.
Well, you get this burgeoning of where new age hits the internet, and this entire concept of cyber shamans comes into the fore. And I want to see in this world, how does that go over? How many problems does it cause? Because I'm just thinking, you had all of those email worms and phishing scams combined with magic. This can only go places. And love wise, oh good gods, there's so much. Whether it's just Petra being Petra, like that entire moment with Petra and Lewis, where they're both deer in headlights, going, "You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here. I'm doing something I know is in trouble. This is my one escape. Please don't ruin this for me." And they both just sort of back away. that is a beautiful, awkward, and very human moment between those two, which was just choice. I Apollo is invested. He definitely cares about Marta, because that conversation would have gone an entirely different way if he didn't. But now it's just, I can already hear the previous conversations leading up to this point with multiple members of the family, including even James, of like, you think you understand, but you don't. This family, they get you into trouble.
For the record, I believe that Marta is going to be a really terrible person to play Magic the Gathering with. I feel like she'll be really into the negative play experience on the side of the person she's playing with.
She will be okay until the advent of Commander, because she will be able to understand and still follow the original rules and be okay. But the minute Commander comes into existence, she'll be like, why the fuck are we changing all of these rules? They make no sense. I was playing fine. The rules and sabotage worked, and now she'll be a bitch.
No. That happens when Modern happens, which is before Commander.
This is true. Modern. This is fair. This is fair.
I just feel like she's going to do a choke deck and no one will be able to do anything ever, and she'll laugh.
There won't be much laughing.
When Trinisphere happens, it's going to happen to all of us. And if you know, you know. And if you don't know, Scryfall. And yeah, like Marta just being Marta. Like she has been planning this for a very long time. She put things on hold for others. This is getting done. And it doesn't matter the ramifications. This is happening. because the ramifications won't be that dire. Not at all. Just birthing an entirely different, version of magical practice is
Turtles already existed. A nuclear. I'm surprised no one's invented nuclear magic before. I mean, really, honestly, was no one else inspired?
I think they were more. I think the technical term was afraid.
Fear is for the weak.
And then we had that crazy, amazing conversation between Lewis and Roe, and that heavy question hanging in the air, and it's still there. That's the thing. This amazing back and forth, and a scene that's been a long time coming finally happened, but the sword of Damocles is still in the air. And then we have, thank you, Prax. Somewhere there is a Draugr in a box. We don't know where the box is. We have an idea as to why the box is. But there's this box and it's causing problems. Someone's going to do something about it. We don't know necessarily whom, but someone.
I know. We'll get the squad of adolescent mutant martial turtles.
No,
Amphibians?
we-
MMA, that's a pretty good abbreviation.
We don't even know how much they comprehend. There hasn't been learning testing done. We do not
Their
know how much.
bandanas are yellow and black and white and green. Different from the other four.
There are so many legal ramifications that no one has thought of yet. Like, are they truly adolescent? Is their birthday, or is their birthday the moment that nuclear magic happened? Like, what is their mental capacity?
I have their birth certificate from the pet store.
Like, what legal rights do they have or not enjoy? Like, is child protective services going to become a thing? Like, there's so many questions.
I'll have to find out.
We're going to find out in 3 years' time.
Yes.
I have a feeling roles are going to be made. There's going to be discussions had. So you best tune in next week. And thank you all for being here. Story is nothing without science. You're much part of this as we are. We're live, VOD, YouTube. Take care of yourselves, one another. I know it's real rough around the holidays. Be kind to yourselves. Right? And see you here next week.
Indeed, indeed. And then we jump over to, hey PB, how are you? How's life going for you? Thank you for Roe Walters, get off my lawn, levels of porch sitting, and or neighborhood watch. You don't need to worry about an ADT because you got a Roe Walters sitting on your porch.
Look, he has one job. Hi, I'm BB from @BB Plays Inside, in which you can find me over on Twitch and most other social medias accounts. But for the most part, I'm on Blue Sky and on Twitch. The other ones, occasionally I'll pop in and out of those places. Oh man. Oh right, magic thing. Yeah. What I'm looking forward to in 1995 is the Orlando Magic for giving us the win, the sweep for the Rockets in the 1995 NBA championships. Shout out to Hakeem the Dream. It was a 4-0 sweep. Shout out to them. Hasn't happened since. Aside from that, I am. Man, what a session. It's so funny whenever I think about what session we're on in this game. I always think we're further along than we actually are, because all of these sessions for this season have been so jam-packed The amount of times I thought we were on our second or third session after our first session, astronomical. I kept being like, "Oh yeah, I can't wait. I think it's gonna be our third session, or maybe our fourth." And it's like, no, it's the second one. We've only gotten one session in, because everyone just has such great scenes and everything just culminating. It's so cool. I love and appreciate all the shenanigans over in the Ardeline household and how we're just kind of used to their bullshit at this point. We're just like, oh, anyways. And just like the sneaky shit the Kwans are up to, I just love it. I'm just like, what are you guys doing? What is happening over there? Like the Kwan family is like the level of NPC families in Carousel Court, where it's just like, I know you guys are doing things and I know you guys are up to some shit, and that's where we leave it. Never ask any more questions. It's just like, oh, I wonder what's happening over there. Anyways, and
that's just Call of Cthulhu rules. Call of Cthulhu rules says don't ask, because if you ask, you have to do a sand check and you will lose. They will destroy you.
You're not wrong. And I just, I love just all the interactions between everyone. And thank you so much, Trooper, for being Luis for me during that one scene. It's been a couple of weeks coming since I asked Trooper if he would play Luis for me in that scene. Because no one knows Masters better than Trooper, and I don't trust anyone to play Luis as good as Trooper does or would, and did. And so
I just wish I had some like dark eyeliner. That would have been like, you know what I mean? So I could really
just
get
like
the
half
Luis
smudged
in there.
off.
Yeah, just a little half smudge, you know. If I would have known, I would have been like, oh, where's my dark eyeliner? And I just would have gone for it, you know.
And yeah, so thank you guys so much for the game. I love it. I look forward to it every single week, and all of the shenanigans from everyone, and just this story that you're crafting, Prax, that I cannot wait to see it come to a head.
And it will indeed be coming to a head. But we have to figure out, what are the Kwans doing now that they've accepted a seat at the table? Hey, Lynn, how are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I love start off the bat. I love the Trooper and PB with the Luis that whole thing, because it was like I was surprised at that. I'm like, what's happening? But it was great. I loved it. And I love Marta's just like mad science moral conundrum thing that's happened. We don't know what the full follow of that thing. Probably literally, I don't know. Probably not incredibly safe to handle that much radiation in this area. And
the little uranium is fine.
And poor Paulo. Paulo's just like, okay, just like one magical, just like fire after another. Like it, poor guy. So bad. I love the jumping over the fence and seeing what that whole thing was about. And Lynn, Mark, pretty much everywhere. You can catch me on Arthur, and you can catch me on one DM for Sign Birth New Gods on Saturday, and that's pretty much it.
Indeed, follow Lynn and enjoy all of their art, and also catch out the Scion Birth of the New Gods, because things are happening there that will be very interesting in the long run, or short run, depending on how they deal with their issues. Or not deal with them, I guess, is the current trend on that series. But hey all, thank you for being here. Thank you to all my wonderful players. Thank you to the story that we are weaving together. Questions have finally been asked, which meant that information could be shared and interesting things will be happening. Like, hey, what happens when you cross an undead with an angelic species, and, you know, now you have the third level. Almost like Persephone is coming real close to being like her namesake. And Lindy's eyebrows go up extremely. But also lots of other things that are happening, and I can't wait to see what happens next week. But as for me, hey y'all, you know me. I'm at Deirdre Donlin on Twitter or Prax the Bard over on Hive, Instagram, Blue Sky, and Praxagorth Esmiaphorias. See me around here on Twitch. You can catch us here next week on Sunday for episode 4 of Arc 3 of Carousel Court. We only have 3 episodes left until the series finale, everybody. And there is no more. If you've missed out on anything, you can always check out the YouTube, which is there, so that you can see it and see what's going on and check all the story there. You can catch me tomorrow with Trooper and Pope over on Wandering DM at 8:30 Eastern for our return to Montreal by night, where it is definitely hashtag not the Ravnos' fault. It is totally the feral gangrel who is going on a crazy spree in the middle of the street's fault. We don't need to talk about what drove that gangrel feral, but it's the feral gangrel's fault. A lot of other things were going on. It's not the Ravnos' fault. But you can also catch me back here on Saturday. And if you missed out last night's premiere of our guest book club chats, we are going to be doing book clubs on Saturdays, talking about books that I've read, books that I think are really great, want to share with more people. You can check out last night's episode. It's up on YouTube if you want to check out any of the books that we were talked about and my recommendations for them, and if I think they're, good, or who, more importantly, who I think I would recommend those kind of books to. But for next week, I'm going to be reading The Stardust Thief by Chelsea Abdullah, The Bombay Prince by Sujatha Massey, and The Daughter of the Moon Goddess by Sulin Tan. And we'll be talking about those next on Saturday. Sharing probably some spoilers, some discussion. Feel free to drop questions, comments on the video. Let me know if you watched any of those books and what you thought of them, or you read any of those books. Sorry, and what you thought of them. But there are so many interesting things going to happen, and I can't wait for them all. I've also been working on a couple other things that I need to talk to some people about, because I can never stop my brain. But we should see if there's anyone live that we can send some love to. And yes, High Shelf Collective is still up. They're running their charity streams, so we're going to go raid over to them. If you want to help us out here, you can of course always check out the Ko-Fi that exists and the merch store that exists, including the Vampires for Nixon coalition. There is going to be a new piece going up because nuclear magic is now a thing, and I have a design in my head for nuclear magic, and it will not involve turtles, maybe, but
Mushroom Cloud?
We'll see. But we're gonna go raid over into them. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. Thank you for sharing the love and joy, and we will catch you all.
I have a thought.
Yes, you do.
It's about the nuclear magic that has been unleashed upon the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be like, was it Superman 4, where you have the nuclear guy? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to get like that, right? That's what we're getting in 95, like the Superman villain guy with the nuclear powers. I'm looking forward to that. That's what I'm looking forward to, 95. Superman 4 coming to life with the nuclear guy, atomic guy. Yeah, that's what I'm into. I'm into it.
We shall see. Check back here after next week for 1995, because things are going to be happening. Bye, everybody.